الاعداد الكحليه
We need, and
The message that I bring to Israel is this: you may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to.
We are responsible all year round for intelligence, defence, offence on the southern front as well as the other sectors. We didn't make it. We will learn. We are now at war.
Welcome to this special broadcast on I-24 News. I'm Clinton David. Now, it's day 6 of Israel's war against Hamas, and the death toll of Israelis has climbed to over 1,300 as more and more bodies are being recovered and identified in the Gaza border area. The death toll is also rising in Gaza too, under Israel's relentless air assault on Hamas targets, with Palestinian sources saying at least 1,400 are dead there. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken touched down here and met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pledging full American support for Israel's military operation against Hamas. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu presented Blinken with photographic proof of the burning and mutilation of babies by Hamas terrorists. We are about to show you some of these photos because it is important for those who try to discredit these accounts of savage butchery that the evidence of it be seen in plain sight. But we want to warn you now that this is extremely upsetting graphic content. So turn your eyes away from the screen if you think you can't take it. And there are simply no words for this kind of thing. Bodies mutilated and burnt. These were pictures that were released on social media by the Prime Minister's office. Now, the IDF Chief of Staff, Herzl Halevi, gave a briefing today, simply stating this as Israel's main military aim in the Gaza Strip.
The IDF is fighting merciless terrorists who've committed acts that are unimaginable wherever there are people, wherever there is humanity. Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in the Gaza Strip, decided on this abominable attack. Therefore, he and the entire system under him are dead men. We will attack them and we will dismantle them. We will dismantle their system. The IDF under my command understands the magnitude of the hour and the magnitude of the task that rests on our shoulders. The IDF is responsible for the security of the country and its citizens, and on Saturday morning in the Gaza Strip, we did not live up to this. We will learn and question, but now is the time for war.
We do have some updates. There was an attempted terror attack on a police station in East Jerusalem. Apparently at this stage by a lone terrorist. He was neutralized. 2 Israeli police officers slightly injured in that attack. There are sirens ringing out now in southern Israel. And Israel's new emergency wartime government, which was just sworn in, has in its first decision has decided to make a full evacuation of civilians from the southern border town of Sderot. We'll be going down there shortly. In the meantime, of course, a key focus of Israel is the fate of the over 100 hostages, men, women, some of them elderly, children, the young children, now being held in the hands of Hamas. Well, with us now from the town of Caesarea is Rami Igra. He is formerly from the Mossad, in charge of the missing persons unit, among other functions in Israel's intelligence agency. Rami, thank you for joining us. Now, you have some experience with hostage situations and missing Israelis, but nothing on this scale. Let me first ask you, right now, there's already talk about some kind of humanitarian deal where women and children would be exchanged for Palestinian security prisoners who are women, maybe minors. Is something like this even possible in this situation?
The government of Israel has decided to exterminate the Hamas, not to weaken the Hamas, not to conquer the Hamas, to exterminate the Hamas. In this situation, there is no way there will be any kind of negotiations on the fate of the prisoners. Let me remind you that the Hamas went into this action because they want to release their prisoners. For historical purposes, and after I heard Mr. Netanyahu's speech, let me reiterate, Netanyahu released Mash'al and Yassin out of prison. In this, he created the Hamas. He kept the Hamas going for years. And while doing the Gilad Shalit deal, he released all the people who are now leading the Hamas, Sinwar and down. There is no way there will be negotiations at this stage. The only kind of negotiation that Israel, I think, will be willing to do is destruction of a part of town instead of for the release of prisoners. We are now fighting this war. We are now focused on winning this war and exterminating the Hamas. And while we are doing this, we should collect information, collect intelligence as much as we can in order to release parts of these or all of these hostages by force, not by negotiating against prisoners.
Well, let me ask you, Rami, you talked about threats of Hamas executing hostages. There have been very specific threats, which we haven't seen Hamas carry out, where they say if Israel continues its airstrikes, for each airstrike, we will execute one hostage. They've made that a few times already. Is there any danger, though, of that, a tactic we associate, for example, with ISIS, for example? Is that possibility that you see as Hamas maybe gets more desperate?
I don't think the Hamas will do that. The Hamas sees the hostages as assets, and the Hamas remembers that we have a lot more than 150 prisoners in our prisons, and they're all friends of Yahya Sinwar and his cronies. So I don't think they're going to go there. They will have to understand in the next couple of days. All of this depends on the result of the Netanyahu government, and remind us that in the past, Netanyahu had a lot of talk, but not a lot of result. So hoping that this time, with Gantz and Eisenkot, the result will be different, and the extermination of the Hamas will be final. There is no question that there is no future for Israeli towns around the Gaza Strip, and also for towns further away, if we let an entity like Hamas continue existing in our southern border or in any border. This is not a possibility. And we have learned that this possibility is non-existent Saturday morning. Saturday morning, we were awakened to the fact that there is no future when you live next to a terrorist country, terrorist state.
All right, Rami Igra, thank you for joining us on I-24 News. Danny, I want to just go back to the photos that we showed at the beginning of this. Very unusual. The government usually sensitive to, of course, the people's involved in these situations, the families, to release that kind of photos. But in this case, even today, Hamas denying, saying we only targeted IDF personnel, making the decision to make those photos public.
Well, in front of this devastation, the enormity of this event and war waged on us by Hamas, no stops are being pulled. And it passed, it's just a Jewish way, the Israeli way, respect of the bodies. We have in the past have never used those bodies for PR, out of respect, and also respect for the families, the Israeli families. But this time, there is a diversion. This is the first time we are doing it in order to really exploit the moment, because the war is a multifaceted war. It's not just the war on the ground. It's a psychological war. It's a political war. We need the backing of the world and the United States. And this is what is giving us the legitimacy and is giving us a lot of time to do away with Hamas and to continue as long as we need. And Kalev, you've seen it. Seasoned, tough international, foreign press who went in, came out crying.
Right.
It is amazing.
Right.
And President Herzog said that since the Holocaust, not many, the day of the 7th of October, more Jews were killed in the last, since the Holocaust, in one day. And so we have to go all the way. We have the legitimacy, and I believe that now we're also winning the PR war, not
Well, the public diplomacy.
but it's not, but it's not over yet.
Right,
Because,
just for the time being.
yeah,
let's
you
say.
just reported about the Hamas calling for jihad in London and anywhere else. Yeah.
Right. Well, now it was a day of continued rocket fire into Israel. There were just sirens in the south, and those rockets continued to fall in southern Israel. But we also had firing across the Lebanese and Syrian borders. Our Pia Steckelbach is in the north, in the town of Ma'alot Tarshisha. What's been the situation up there in northern Israel, Pia?
Well, Kalev, this has been a really, really tense day here in the north. Most of it was calm. There were 2 alerts this afternoon, early evening. 3 rockets were reportedly fired from southern Lebanon. 1 landed in an open area. There were no casualties reported. We do see quite a lot of army vehicle movement here. We know that many of the reservists were deployed to the northern border. Most of the people here stay in their houses. The streets are empty. We are here in an Arab-Israeli mixed town, and I'm here with Mariam Yunus. She comes from a family. Her dad is from Lebanon. She was born in Lebanon, a family of the Southern Lebanese Army that cooperated with Israel within the South Lebanon conflict. Her family came to Israel in 2000. Of course, I want to ask you, Mariam, you see the tension, you feel the tension yourself here so close to the Lebanese border, but you also do have family in Lebanon. How do you experience these tensions?
We are on edge because we don't really know what will happen when the war might start, and obviously we don't know what will happen on the other side of the border. So we are very worried and thinking a lot and praying, obviously, hopefully, that nothing will happen. So yeah, it's really tough days.
What are you hearing from the other side of the border? What are you hearing from reports coming out of southern Lebanon, maybe even from your family?
We can be in touch with my family. It's forbidden, so we don't know anything really about what's going on with them. But from things that I have seen and read, is that many villages near the border are leaving toward Beirut and toward the northern part of Lebanon. So there is a huge mass that are fleeing the southern part of Lebanon. Yes.
Now, you told me earlier that you're actually trying to organize food donations for Israeli soldiers who are stationed here in the area. Can you tell me a bit more about that, and why are you doing it?
So it started in other cities like Kiryat Shmona, Tzfat, Nahariya. The youth, Southern Lebanese Army kids started this initiative because obviously we serve in the army as well, or at least it's not obligatory, but whoever wants to do it. So we feel part of what's going on in the country right now. So, you know, it's just an effort to make the stay of the soldiers here better, and we literally just ask people from the community, and they offer as well to bring food and drinks and stuff, necessities that they might need.
So a sense of unity and community also here in the north, where tensions are high throughout the day. Kalev, back to you.
Steckelbach there in northern Israel now, of course, also experiencing from rocket fire cross-border from Lebanon, also Syrian territory. Pia, thanks for that. Well, as we said earlier, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Israel today, pledging strong American support in meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Isaac Herzog, relatives of U.S. citizens killed or taken hostages, and also volunteers gathering goods for displaced Israelis in Tel Aviv. He also updated the number of U.S. citizens who have been killed this week to 25. Here's some of what Netanyahu and Blinken had to say at their meeting.
Hamas has shown itself to be an enemy of civilization. The massacring of young people in an outdoor music festival, the butchering of entire families, the murder of parents in front of their children and the murder of children in front of their parents, the burning of people alive, the beheadings, the kidnappings of a young boy, not only kidnapped, molested, hurt, attacked, and the sickening display of celebrating these horrors, the celebration and glorification of evil.
The message that I bring to Israel is this: you may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to. We will always be there by your side.
Well, let's go now to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim in New York. Mike, some strong words today here from Anthony Blinken, also pledging support, both, I guess, diplomatic, political support to Israel, also military aid. What is the status of that now coming? Because there are some complications right now in Washington, D.C.
That's right. In fact, I just got off the line with Senator Marco Rubio, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, saying, you know, how quickly can the Congress actually get something done here in terms of appropriations, in terms of other aid. The House of Representatives is a mess. The Speaker race is not going anywhere at the moment. Meanwhile, there's always, the possibility and likelihood that the process gets gummed up in the Senate. There's usually one or two contrarians who hold that up. What he told me is, listen, we'll get the job done in the end. In the meantime, though, there's already money that's been appropriated already in the annual budget for Israel that isn't there yet. That money is usually forwarded throughout the year in installments. He said that can be fast-tracked for the rest of the year. There's already weaponry that is stored in Israel, and this is public knowledge anyway, that can be utilized by Israel with American approval, and I don't think the Biden administration will have any qualms about doing that as well. So the immediate need isn't necessarily there. If this war, as it's expected to do, drags on, beyond a couple of weeks, well, then it becomes a little bit problematic. He said hopefully by that time Congress will have its act together. That has yet to be determined. But Tony Blinken made this visit very personal in a lot of different ways. We heard him talk about, coming not only as the Secretary of State, not just a father and a husband, and sympathizing and empathizing with what the Israeli families are going through, but he said, I'm here not just as a Secretary of State, but as a Jew, recounting his own personal history of, family fleeing pogroms and the Holocaust. So Blinken trying to connect with Israelis on a number of levels on this visit.
Right. He actually said, I'm a proud Jew. First time we've heard that from a Secretary of State, even the Jewish ones. Mike, President Biden is staying focused on this situation, but also on, you might call the home front in the United States, some concern about the Jewish communities there that, of course, number among many of our viewers.
That's right. The White House trying to put together a plan here beyond what is already in the unveiled national anti-Semitism strategy, which was unveiled a few months ago, to make sure that Jewish citizens, institutions, synagogues are protected here. We expect, as we always get here in the United States, anytime just an ordinary Israel-Hamas or Israel terror group conflict pops up, backlash, violent rhetoric and violent actions in the streets of the U.S. here from anti-Israel protesters and other various criminals here. So the Biden administration met today with a number of leaders. We've seen Homeland Security get involved. The FBI Director Wray will hold a briefing a little bit later on today with an organization here that protects American Jewry to make sure that everything from just safeguarding synagogues to making sure that social media is being monitored for any potential threats, just a whole of government approach here to protecting Jewish institutions throughout the country.
All right, Mike Wagenheim in New York City. Thank you for that. And Danny, as Mike pointed out, the comments by Secretary Blinken went beyond diplomatic support. Like he said, it's very, very personal. In those remarks, I'm a proud Jew, meetings that he had with families, American citizens here who have either lost loved ones or have been feared they've been taken hostage.
This is, Caleb, this is phenomenal, because this shows that the United States and Israel are not just allies, are not just strategic partners. They are family. It's like familial relationship, the mishpuche. We've heard that from quite a few presidents in the past. We are a mishpuche. Now we see the manifestation of this. The Secretary of State, which is the most powerful cabinet member in the American administration, comes here and talks like he does. And I cannot but make the analogy with another Secretary of State, a Jewish Secretary of State in times of crisis, Henry Kissinger.
Who famously said, I'm an American first, correct?
I'm American first, Secretary of State second, and third is a Jew. And
right.
what did Golda Meir say? Yes, but we read from left to right. Right to left, you know.
Right.
So
they recreate that in the recent film.
Right, so yeah, and so for us, you're a Jew first, but Secretary of State Kissinger, maybe also because of the environment in the White House under Nixon.
Right.
Which Nixon, they say, was anti-Semitic. You know, you hear his remarks, which was taped. Kissinger was very careful. He never boasted or was proud of his Jewishness.
Right.
Never, ever.
Or saying that publicly.
Or saying that publicly.
Right.
I can tell you even privately, I had a few meetings with him, you know, and he did not even privately. And always, you know, this opening of everything by, you know, the American arsenal. Right away. This did not happen in 73. It took us 2 bloody weeks to convince the Americans to start sending the ship, the airlift, and everything else. What a difference there is.
What a difference. All right, we're going to go now. Of course, Ben Gurion Airport, most airlines have canceled their regular flights to Israel, but there are flights still coming in. We're going out, taking citizens of different countries here, but also bringing Israelis here from all over the world that are trying to get back, especially young men and women who serve in the Israel Defense Forces. Hamda Salchut is at Ben Gurion Airport. Hamda, tell us about what's happening there.
Well, Club, the Israeli military calling up 300,000 reserves. So there are some flights that are bringing them in, specifically Israel's national airline, El Al. But the thing is, there really aren't a lot of flights to choose from. If you can just look at the board here, a lot of the departure flights are either delayed or canceled, as many airlines canceled flights to and from Tel Aviv, given the hostile situation, and really like an unprecedented time in Israel's history. People who we've been talking to here at the airport are saying that they're leaving because they're afraid for their children. If they have homes in other countries, they're going to them. They're going to be with family abroad. A lot of airlines also don't really know how to operate in these times of war, so canceling flights is the best thing for them to do. However, El Al is a little bit different because their airplanes are equipped with missile defense type systems and also flares, and anyone who was an El Al pilot previously served in the Israeli Air Force. Here at the airport, it is a little calmer because there aren't as many flights, but there still are passengers that are trying to really even come at the counter and buy a ticket to leave. Earlier in the week, we did see sirens that rang over Ben Gurion Airport, missile defense intercepting a lot of those rockets, but the situation here is still quite volatile. People are scared, so they're really trying to leave. But underneath us in the arrivals terminal where we were in the last hour, a lot of Israeli reservists coming back to serve in the military after they've been called up by Israel's army to fight in the war.
All right, Hamda Salchut there in Ben Gurion Airport. Thank you for that. And Danny, in fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu in his speech this evening mentioned a soldier who was on a connecting flight in East Asia, who was in Australia. He was on his, I think he was at Singapore. He's on his way to Australia. As soon as he heard about the war, he ran to get back to Israel. It's a phenomenon that we're seeing. Young men and women who've been traveling for months in South America and in Asia, just trying to get on a flight to get back to Israel and to do their duty.
This is the epitome of the Israeli spirit. You know, we can just tear each other to pieces verbally, of course, you know, during calm. But when push comes to shove, we all get together and unite because we know what's at stake. Our very survival, our future. I mean, we have not come here to rebuild our state after 2,000 years of exile and the pogroms and the culmination of all horrors with the Shoah, with the Holocaust, just to give it up. We'll never give it up. And you remember, Biden mentioned it, and we discussed it before, that he said Golda Meir in '73 told him, what is our secret weapon? We have nowhere to go. So you see, We have nowhere to go, but all the Israelis who are traveling, who are being away for relocation, they're all coming back. They're all coming back. And you know, it's amazing. They're volunteering. You know, the military called, you know, drafted like 300,000 or 360,000 actually. More came that we need, that the military needs. And people are begging, please take me, please take me. It's amazing.
It is amazing. I have some family members who belong to that
My
group
daughter
too.
was drafted this morning. She's a reservist in the paratroopers.
Danny, we wish her and all her comrades a safe passage to the end of what's going to be a very difficult period ahead. And Ambassador Danny Alon, thank you for joining us in this portion of the program. But we will continue. We'll be back in about 3 minutes with more of our continuing coverage as Israel takes the battle against Hamas into the Gaza Strip into a new phase. Stay with us.
Is at war. Since the early hours of the morning, Israel has been facing infiltrations of terrorists, kidnapping of Israelis, and a barrage of thousands of rockets emanating from the Gaza Strip, the biggest and bloodiest attack in years. Tune in for our extensive and rolling coverage of the Hamas deadly attack on Israel, with reporters on the ground, in-depth analysis, and most updated and accurate information. Stay tuned with I-24 News.
בעת הזו כולנו חיילים של מדינת ישראל. זה הזמן להתכנס יחד ולנצח. יש עת למלחמה ועת לשלום. עכשיו עת מלחמה.
Made for me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Welcome back to this special broadcast, our continuing coverage of Israel's war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Let's jump down to the Israeli border town of Sderot. Our Pierre Kloschhandler was there. Pierre, a couple of things. First of all, there have been some sirens in the city so far. What is the situation there currently in Sderot?
No, in Sderot there haven't been any alerts per se, but we've seen rockets flying to other destinations, so to speak. Here we hear loud explosions, probably of tanks or artillery fire emanating from the Israeli army. Another one right now. And we're surrounded here at the exit of Sderot by many police forces. And there's also, you know, we spoke about the spirit of the Israeli people. You see, you have a soldier here, a soldier who is here with his a friend. Or
I'm Elia. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Hope for the best. Praying for God.
Thanks a lot, Elia. You live in Sderot.
All right, you have to get out of the way of that police car, Pierre.
Yeah, I saw the police car, Caleb. And you are from where?
בוא נגיד את זה פעם אחת בעברית.
אוקיי.
חברים, מי ששומע גם בעברית. אנחנו עם ישראל, השם שלי זה נדב. אנחנו חברים, אנחנו נילחם פה בכל הכוח. מה שצריך.
With all our strength. What we need.
מה?
What you guys don't understand.
Go ahead, I speak English.
Okay, who are you?
My name is Michael. I was in the IDF before, and I lived abroad for 10 years, and that's the only reason I can't volunteer with my guys that fight up in the front. But we're here. We're helping them. We give them good moral. We're here to fight, and we're here to win.
All right, you see, you hear the spirits of these young people.
Right, it's great spirit, Pierre. Pierre, I do want to ask you, I don't know if you've heard the news, the new wartime emergency government that was just sworn in the past hour, in its first decision, has decided to evacuate civilians from Sderot. Before it was a recommendation.
It's wrong, Caleb, it's wrong.
Okay.
We got a message from the spokesman of the municipality of Sderot. They've been in touch with the Prime Minister's office, with the Defense Minister, with the Finance Minister, requesting something like $30 million to allow the evacuation of the 30-40% of the population that still is here and begging to leave. But right now, no word yet. It's probably under consultation, but there is no word, and the municipality of Sderot doesn't want to give false hope to their residents that they can leave, because they're going to start packing with nowhere to go. So at this point, it's not it hasn't come to fruition. But it's true that Alon Davidi, the mayor of Sderot, has pleaded the government to evacuate the whole remaining population of the city of Sderot, a city of 30,000 inhabitants.
Right. There's obviously, as we know, some of those Gaza border communities, those kibbutzim and moshavim, agricultural communities right on the border have been evacuated, but the numbers there are nowhere near 30,000. So this would be a much more serious effort to relocate that number of people.
It will be a very delicate operation, yeah.
Right.
It will be a very delicate operation because Sderot is under fire.
Right. I did hear Alon Davidi on the radio earlier today saying if we leave, we will leave, but we will come back and rebuild the city stronger than ever. And we see that spirit this evening in your report from there, Pierre-Claude Chandler, in Sderot. Thank you for that. Now let's broaden our focus to the world. A number of world leaders weighed in today on the Israel-Hamas conflict. Most supportive of Israel, but not all. Here is some of that.
It was important for us to address the situation today, and we were briefed by the Israeli defense minister. We saw a shocking video, and of course the reports are shocking, and that's also the reason why allies have so strongly condemned these horrific terrorist attacks against civilians in Israel.
Unsere unmittelbare Sorge gilt heute. Our immediate concern today is for the children, women and men who have been trafficked into Gaza. We are all deeply moved by their fate. We fear that Hamas will continue to use them as human shields in the coming weeks, and we are working with all our might to ensure that all hostages are released in close coordination with Israel, and of course, with due confidentiality.
Everyone has a common opinion that it is necessary to immediately stop this conflict, respect international humanitarian rights, prevent any manifestations of terrorist attacks and discriminate use of force from which civilians on both sides can and already are suffering in huge numbers.
And joining me now is our senior diplomatic correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, maybe no surprise that Russia there giving a kind of equivocal response to the situation. You can respond to that. But first, I know you did have a briefing from the Israel's foreign ministry with other reporters this evening. Anything of newsworthiness from that?
Well, a couple of things. It was a briefing for all international media. Of course, I-24 News is a bit on the cusp of whether international or obviously since we sit here in Israel, of course. But at any rate, 5,500 rockets have been fired since the start of the war, according to the IDF spokesperson. Talked about examples of Hamas targets. For example, aerial surveillance equipment that was hidden in civilian water heaters. Just to give you a sense of the difficulties of being able to distinguish between military targets and civilian targets, and explaining the complexity of war with Gaza, which of course is nothing new to us in Israel, or for that matter to armies around the world that have had to face broadly similar situations. But given the scope and the depth of the goals that Israel has here, obviously it's going to come in more into focus. Interesting to hear the spokesperson for the foreign ministry, Lior Hayat, who we know well, talk about the support Israel's received from abroad, including from the international media. It's not a common phrase heard from the Israeli foreign ministry.
Not at all, and not all international media, certainly.
Certainly not. But it was interesting to hear that noted by the foreign ministry. Also, relative of someone who has been kidnapped into Gaza, telling the story and appealing to the government to get the hostages freed. Of course, a difficult question on its own. As for Russia, look, the Russians are trying to be very clever and carve out this kind of middle ground between the parties and set themselves up as some kind of mediator or something. I think seems to be awfully unrealistic at this point. It all, of course, gets to the real elephant in the room, which is what does Israel's policy look like on the Ukraine war on the other side of this war? And there is, I think already, and is going to be even a bigger push once we can get around to it, to changing that posture, to having Israel swing behind Ukraine, given the entire geopolitical context for this war. I suspect it will be a question that may arrive sooner rather than later for this war cabinet, even with its busy agenda.
Right, especially, and I'll just add, especially if Volodymyr Zelensky makes a visit to Israel,
or asks to make a visit.
Right, he's talked about it as a possibility. We'll see if that's a practical situation. Oh, and stay with us as the picture becomes clearer of what happened in the Gaza border area Saturday. Thousands of Israelis are grappling with an extremely difficult situation, knowing about their loved ones who have been either kidnapped or killed. We have joining us now is one of those, Yaniv Yaakov. He's the brother of Yair Yaakov, who has apparently been kidnapped to Gaza with his partner and their two children, kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz. Yaniv joins us from Gan Yavne. Tell us about your brother and his family, first of all, Yaniv.
Yeah, so my brother has 3 kids, 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl stayed in another house in the kibbutz and she was saved, luckily. Also, the mother was saved. She was in another kibbutz. But Yair, unfortunately, and Meirav, who are an amazing couple, amazing people, who are always happy, as you can see here in the pictures.
Sure.
And are so good. They leave and are staying at this area of Israel, believing that we could live together. But now, unfortunately, they were kidnapped.
Well, tell us about that. What is your information about that you believe that they were kidnapped as opposed to something else?
I know more than just believe that they were kidnapped. We got propaganda video from Hamas showing the kidnap of my brother and his girlfriend. It was hard to watch. It is hard to think about it, that they actually load a grenade within the house just to make them open the door of the shelter that they were sitting at while they were hearing shutdowns outside, and they couldn't even get to the two boys who were at their mother's house staying in a different shelter. But they bombed the house, they threw a grenade, they forcibly opened the door and forced them to get out, and then pulled them out from the wrecks. And the two boys were kidnapped also, and we know that because we got a call from one of the kidnappers who called my brother's ex-wife and maid.
Wait, I just clarified, how did he do that? Did he use one of the phones from one of the family members to do that?
They actually called her using their phone and forcing my nephew to say that he was kidnapped.
I see. So that's shocking.
Very hard.
It's just shocking. All right, Yaniv, I have to ask you, it's been now, we're 6 days in. The government did appoint a coordinator, Gail Hirsch, former Army commander, to handle the situation of especially also those families that who have lost their loved ones in this way. Have you been in any contact yet with the Israeli authorities?
Yeah, so we've been in contact with the Israeli authorities. We went to give our DNA also, so if they found any bodies, they can match the DNA.
Yeah.
Especially because of the horror that happened in the party that was in the south near them. So we did that. We gave the pictures of my brother and his girlfriend, also their phone numbers, everything that we can do, everything that we could do, so in order to find them. But we found out a day after that they truly were kidnapped.
All right. Well, certainly, Yaniv, we pray our thoughts and prayers for their safe return of all your brother and all members of his family. And thank you for joining us on I-24 News to share with us their story. No, thank you, sir.
And then I must say, this must be the first priority. Must be the first priority to bring them back home.
Sure.
So thank you for having me.
Okay. Yaniv Yaakov, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Certainly heartbreaking every one time you hear these stories. Owen, it is heartbreaking. And certainly Israel's going to want to get those families back. It's going to be extremely difficult under the present circumstances, we have to say. We should also note, and this is important, they are citizens of several nations. I think it was, at one count, 18 nations taken. And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken made a point today of meeting with U.S. citizens here in Israel who have had family members themselves, U.S. citizens, kidnapped or killed or kidnapped into Gaza.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. Look, first, the moral dilemma of how to balance the safety of the hostages versus the overall military operation, I think, is clear, although difficult to all of us. The issue of the multiple nationalities, I've said a couple times over the course of our broadcast, through the course of the day, one wonders if Hamas really took that into consideration or understood that element here, that they wouldn't only involve the Israeli government, Caleb, but involve so many governments around the world, governments where Hamas wants to have a positive influence on their policy, and instead just essentially put them on the other side of the table, if you will, or on the other side of the conflict, if you will, and not just the governments, but the publics, right? Because these are nationals of those countries. And so one wonders if this is a real headache to the leaders of Hamas and something they didn't really think through completely and fully. As for the release of the hostages, as we know, Israel's energy minister, Israel Katz, has said there will be no food or water, electricity or fuel let into the Strip until the hostages are released.
Right.
There's obviously a point of leverage, but difficult to imagine that Israel is going to starve literally 2 million civilians in Gaza. So one wonders about the sustainability of that, although maybe it's possible to separate food and water on one hand, electricity and fuel on the other, provided that, of course, essential services like a hospital are a way is found to keep them running. A couple important updates from the last hour. First of all, the unity government has been approved by the Israeli government, by the Israeli parliament, rather, by the Israeli Knesset, by a vote of 67-4. Only the Chadash Ta'al Arab faction voting against the Ram Arab faction, absenting itself from the vote, and 67 votes in favor, so more than those who are actually, well, actually, shouldn't say that. And there'd be many members of Parliament that frankly just aren't available to go, some serving and so forth. Also, I don't know if you mentioned this, Kalev, in the first hour, but the United States and Qatar, taking really an extraordinary step. You've talked about this, the $6 billion, freezing Iran's access to the $6 billion that had been given, not given, it was Iran's money, as has been said, but Iran had been given access to as part of that prisoner deal. The United States and Qatar, freezing Iran's access to that deal, essentially breaking their own prisoner exchange deal. Of course, there are extenuating circumstances here. I'm certainly not opposed to what they're doing, to say the least. The idea of giving Iran access to money, even if there are controls, so to speak, on it, I think strikes people in Israel. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I think it's going to be very welcome news here that the United States is taking that step.
All right. Let's take a listen to, as I mentioned before, Secretary Blinken also met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog today. Let's take a listen to some of that.
I want to express our deep gratitude to President Biden for his immense friendship and moral clarity, for the United States Congress from all sides of the aisle, and the American nation for being with us. And your visit here is another proof and testimony to how close you are and how you care for us in our time of need, in one of the darkest hours we've endured since the establishment of the State of Israel.
I think it's almost impossible for any of us to comprehend on a human level what Israel's experienced at the hands of Hamas these last few days. But we are determined to be with you as you defend your people and defend the values that join us together. What we've seen, I think, will be very hard to erase from our minds and certainly our hearts. But I sense a fierce determination in Israel to prevail, and prevail Israel will. And the United States is here as your partner to help ensure that you do.
Yeah, okay. All right, that was U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken with President Isaac Herzog. We just have a bulletin, sirens sounding now in northern Israel, in the community, in the town of Kiryat Shmona, in what's called the Galilee Panhandle, or figure of the Galilee, that's in far north. So that is really close to the Lebanese border. We've said, or that it has been fire, cross-border fire today, again, from elements Hezbollah connected or Palestinian elements in Lebanon, and perhaps also in southern Syria. So we'll update you. Our Piers Deckelbach is in the north, and we'll cover that. Oh, and I just want to go back to the swearing in of the government, because one element it did not have was the participation of the opposition figure leader Yair Lapid of the Yesh Atid party. He made an announcement today that he is declining an invitation to join the war cabinet and bring his party in the government, saying that he can't bring himself to do it as long as there are extremist elements remaining in the government, referring to it among Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, but also making some very sharp accusations against Benjamin Netanyahu and the prior government, saying they ignored intelligence information or warnings that something like this could happen.
Yeah, you're right. On one hand, Yair Lapid saying he's going to support the government 100% from the outside. On the other hand, as you mentioned, calling attention to where obvious failures, who's at fault, and so forth. Of course, an entire discussion of its own. He also mentioned, in addition to the 2 points you mentioned, right, the presence of those two far-right parties in the government, Bezalel Smotrich's religious Zionism, Itamar Ben-Gvir's Jewish power, and also, as you mentioned, talking about the government's failures, also mentions something we absolutely have to keep our eye on, the cumbersome structure that has been set up here, right? Because, as you know, the Israeli system, there's the full government cabinet, essentially dozens of ministers, that meet in the routine weekly meetings on Sunday morning. Then there's a smaller, by statute, security cabinet that includes specific ministers of specific portfolios that, as I understand, is entrusted by law to make certain decisions as a way of centralizing decision-making and essentially doing an end run around some of the other figures in that security cabinet. The idea here is to create this small war cabinet, right? With 3 voting members and 2 observers. Netanyahu, Defense Minister of Gallant, and Benny Gantz of the National Unity Party coming into the government, former head of the military as the 3 voting members, Gadi Eisenkot from Gantz's party, former Israeli military chief, as one of the observers, and Ron Dermer, American board from Likud, Netanyahu's close confidant, the other observer. Lapid essentially saying that this structure isn't going to work and it's going to collapse. I think that really bears watching. This was set up as out of necessity, but there are statutes governing how wartime decisions are made, and to what extent are you really going to be able to set up this new structure and have it really be the place where decisions are made? It's an open question, and I think the public obviously hopes that the decision making will be able to be streamlined and clear and not bogged down, God forbid, by internal politics.
Right. Well, that's one of the questions we could ask our next guest, Professor Kobi Michael. He's a senior research fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies, former Deputy Director General at the Israeli Strategic Affairs Ministries. First of all, Professor Michael, let me just ask you, we've heard comments today from the Prime Minister, from the Defense Minister, from now Benny Gantz, also from the Chief of Staff. The aim is to either destroy Hamas, take out Hamas, kill its leaders, but has the leadership given enough specificity to what its goals are in this current conflict?
I think that that it is very clear what should be done and what is the strategic aim of this war. First of all, we have to remember that we are at war. This is not another campaign that we used to know since 2009 till today. This is a war, and it will take some time till we will be able to accomplish the mission and to dismantle Hamas from all of its capacities, mainly its military capacities. And I assume that there will be no option but to use ground forces as well, because most of the leadership and the fighters of Hamas and their equipment are in the tunnels underground. And this work can be done only by ground forces, or mainly by ground forces, and it will take time. But I think that the IDF is prepared, and I think that at the end of the day it will be done. It will take some time, but now when we have this government, I think that there is a sort of unification with regard to the aims, with regard to the means that should be used, and so on and so forth.
Well, let me just ask you about, now that we have this government, because we also have this new creation. This, as our diplomatic correspondent Oren Alterman was saying, we have this war cabinet making some decisions, but of course there still is the security cabinet that will have to weigh in. Is this is the leadership now into place? At the civilian leadership or the political echelon to direct this war to a successful conclusion?
Yes, of course. First of all, this is not a new invention. We used to have such combinations in this way or another since the kitchen of Prime Minister Golda Meir. And I remember, because I served during the years of 2009 until 2013 at the Prime Minister office, the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the same Prime Minister, had the group of the 6 and then the 7 and then the 9, which was parallel to the cabinet. But this was the group that actually did all the work, and this was the group that eventually ran all the operations since 2009 till 2013-14. So it is not something new, and I believe that everybody understands now that there is no place for any frictions between this cabinet and the war cabinet, and at the end of the day, the Security Cabinet will deliberate the authorities to the War Cabinet, and the War Cabinet will be there will be relations between the War Cabinet and the bigger Security Cabinet, and things will work. And now we have to remember that the IDF doesn't need any professional instructions from the War Cabinet. It needs political directives that will be translated to military missions. And the translation of the political directive to military missions, this is the work of the IDF. And the work will be done by the IDF at the end of the day.
All right, Professor Kobi Michael, thank you for joining us on the special broadcast on I-24 News. We will be going out soon for a break. Please stay with us on I-20. Oh, okay. I'm going to ask Owen Alterman to stay with us. Just some updates. We have had air raid sirens in the north of Israel around the town of Kiryat Shmona. In the northern community. We'll go back up there. And of course, we've had also in the past hour sirens also in the south, and also sporadic gunfire down in and around the Gaza Strip. Stay with us on I-24 News. We'll be coming back to you at the top of the hour to continue our special broadcast, Israel at War with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Stay with us.
Surprise, the transition to parenthood can be transformative for anyone with a new baby. But what kind of mark is it leaving on the brains of new parents?
There are dramatic physiological, hormonal, and neuronal changes in the body and the brain that accompanies parenthood.
Much like the changes that happen in the brain when picking up any new skill, like learning a new language or mastering a new musical instrument, the brain also changes when becoming a parent. It's what scientists call experience-induced brain plasticity. And Professor Adi Mizrahi is doing some of his own digging into this at the Hebrew University's Edmund and Lily Safra Center for Brain Sciences.
In a region of the brain called the amygdala, it becomes more sensitive in the mothers when they hear baby sounds.
In short, all these senses get a boost to help a mother interact with her baby. Smell and sound, two very strong stimuli, are the areas Professor Mizrahi is focused on in his lab. But does fatherhood have the same impact on the brain and bodies of men?
Levels of testosterone, which is the male hormone, which is correlated with male-like behaviors like aggressiveness and things of that sort. It goes down when the male becomes parents.
As Professor Mizrahi says, each and every one of us has a parent or two parents. Most of us will become parents one day, and as any new parent knows, having a baby provides opportunities for enrichment, learning, and stress experiences known to transform the adult brain.
At war. Since the early hours of the morning, Israel has been facing infiltrations of terrorists, kidnapping of Israelis, and a barrage of thousands of rockets emanating from the Gaza Strip, the biggest and bloodiest attack in years. Tune in for our extensive and rolling coverage of the Hamas deadly attack on Israel. With reporters on the ground, in-depth analysis, and most updated and accurate information, stay tuned with I-24 News.
Welcome to or back to this special edition on I-24 News. I'm Khaled Ben David as we cover Israel's war with Hamas. There have been, just a quick update, we have had sirens, air raid sirens, just in the past 15 minutes in the north of the country, especially around the Kiryat Shmona area. That is the Eastern Galilee. Earlier in the past hour, we had rocket alerts, and we've just had one now in parts of the Gaza border area. Now let's go down to Ashkelon, this coastal city that has been a major target of the rockets from the Gaza Strip during this conflict. And our Batya Leventhal, who was at Barzilai Hospital, of course, Barzilai still taking in and treating those wounded. Batya, while it is dealing with being under assault, under attack from those rockets from Gaza.
Kalev, there's so much that's unthinkable and unfathomable with regards to this war, but I'm going to move out the camera just so you can see, because this is the first time the entire day that all the ambulances, or at least the majority of them, are back in the parking lot underneath the Barzilai Medical Center. We've seen this parking lot completely empty the entire day today, with ambulances coming in every so now and then, because they're mostly out scanning the streets and waiting for those rocket alerts to go off to make sure that their ambulances are already out and about and not waiting here at the hospital for the alerts to go off. So we have seen these ambulances coming in throughout the day. There was a rocket alert siren at 3 o'clock, again at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. So far, it has been relatively quiet, and I use that term because relative, as you mentioned, there were sirens going off in the north. There's sirens right now going off in the Gaza periphery. And even today, we saw rockets going over our head on that coastal strip, but also to more of the desert area by Beersheba. We heard a couple of those booms and alerts going off as well. And so it's very difficult. A lot of the nurses and the doctors that do come outside for a break tell us that for them, the sirens, they don't even hear them, because first of all, the hospital is a fortified area, but secondly, their job is to save lives, and that's exactly what they're doing. So for them, less of a concern with regards to the sirens, but no doubt for the ambulance drivers, very difficult to work under conditions where they themselves are in harm's way while trying to assist those that are injured or wounded from the rocket attacks coming from Gaza.
All right, Batya Leventhal there at Barzilai Hospital in Ashkelon. Thank you for that, Batya. I just have an announcement. Apparently, those sirens that were set off in the Eastern Galilee in the Kiryat Shmona area were false alarms, and residents can emerge from their shelters. Joining us in studio, along with our senior diplomatic correspondent Owen Alterman, is Reserves IDF Brigadier General Relic Shafir, also the Air Force, former commander of the Tel Nof Air Force Base. Actually, I want to just talk about the North for a minute, Relic, because we've had a couple of false alarms in the past couple of days. We have this one this evening. We had this one yesterday where there was, I'm not going to say panic, but there was certainly there was panic over a drone, reports of over a dozen maybe drone vehicles coming over. It seems tensions are on edge there, but
and none of it was ultimately true. It was false.
Right. So what is happening? Why is this happening?
Okay. I know it may sound a little absurd, but it's a reality.
Okay.
This is the bird flocking season.
The bird flocking season.
Bird flocking seasons where the birds are migrating from Europe via Israel. Israel is one of the centers of migration from Europe to Africa. Mm-hmm. And these birds have a radar signature, the bigger birds. Mm-hmm. And usually they fly very slowly. Mm-hmm. And usually the radars track them, and you can tell after a while that these are birds.
Right.
But in these tense times, sometimes the people who man the positions are more edgy and less willing to take risks.
What's that expression in English? Better safe than sorry?
In a way, this is it. So some of the commanders, like yesterday, made a mistake in their response. Some of the Air Force people who manned the radars took precautions that were very edgy, maybe new people that came in and reserve and weren't as used as the regulars. So these things just happen during tense times, and this seems to be, notwithstanding that might be a way for Hezbollah to actually fly some drones and then go down to low level, so it looks like they're disappearing, which is something that if I were to create a tactic, I would use that tactic. So as the people who watch these radars might say, these may not be birds but drones who have gone to low level or something like this. So it will take time to learn and not be too edgy, but as you just said, better safe than sorry.
Right. Now, Relic, of course, your branch of the IDF, the Air Force, has really taken the lead until this point. This has been an air war for Israel primarily, other than, of course, the fighting in and around the Gaza border area. The question is, when does the air war achieve its aim, and then there's consideration being given to sending in the ground forces? In other words, what's the goal in which the Air Force can then say to the Army, now you two have to take it from here?
This is a good question that the answer depends on the results. Just think that there's an underground city in Gaza in a depth of around 40, maybe 50 meters. Can't be lower than this because of water, the water level coming from the sea. So if the Air Force is able to create, to puncture the Hamas underground and create...
Is that possible?
I was about to ask.
Is that using bunker? I don't want you to give away operational details. Bunker busting
technologically,
bombs?
it is possible to create an opening into the tunnels.
Just think that if you know where the entrances are, where the air vent system is, or where the main channels are, you can continuously bomb that area as it weakens, and the bombs go into area that has been bombed before, and it goes deeper and deeper into the concrete and then into the sandy area, which it can penetrate easily. And so by doing this continuously at certain points, weak points or juncture points, you can actually get underneath and create pressure on Hamas down there, so that they will have to come out or be buried there, or be in a position where they are if they don't ask for a ceasefire, then they might end there, suffocate there, etc. So it really depends on whether this can be done from the air. If it can, then we can suffice with an air war. If it doesn't, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of Tzuk Eitan in 2014, in that the ground forces advanced to about 3 kilometers.
Right.
I think we might see, after the area is cleared and it is actually the ground forces can reach certain points, not all of Gaza, but certain points in order to reach that underground city and be able to destroy that. That might come about if the Air Force is not able to do it itself. But I think so far, because we've seen small collateral damage in the sense that the casualties, it's not a great number.
Right.
If we compare it to previous events and compare it to the damage on the ground, the more the international community allows Israel to continue this, and the more we are able to check the Lebanese border. We saw today a treatment of Iranian forces and munitions in Syria as a show of, as a power projection force. And the fact that the Americans and British have moved their ships here rather than the Hormuz Strait,
right,
which actually say the same, then the better are the chances that we'll have the length of time to reach an inflection point, so to speak. So we'll have to wait and see that.
So as I understand it, it's about having intelligence for those weak points and about finding ways to minimize civilian casualties and to hit them enough. And then the
yes.
All right, I want to go to the north now, and our correspondent Pia Steckelbach is in Nahariya. We just had an explanation from a security expert in studio, Pia, that it could have been a flock of birds setting out those false alarms that were in the eastern Galilee. Clearly, nerves on edge there in the north.
Definitely, Caleb. You can really feel the sentiment, the high tensions here. You do not see a lot of people out on the streets. And also earlier this afternoon, the Patriot missile defense system activated against an aerial threat in the area of Tzvat, which also turned out to be false alarm. Later really shows you how high the tensions are and how much on edge also the Israeli defense system is here in the north. It's a vast region where also false alarm was triggered yesterday after, again, an aerial threat. Really thousands, hundreds of thousands of people actually all over different locations in the north sent into bunkers. Many stayed there for half an hour and for more until it was clarified that this was indeed a false alarm. Here you also do see quite a lot of military vehicles on the street. We also saw a tank earlier. As I said, people are not on the streets. We were in a location earlier where people were telling us that soldiers are patrolling the streets really in an attempt to prevent the scenes that we have seen in the south where Palestinians could infiltrate. This is a threat that also is here at the Lebanese border, very present, although the geographical conditions are different. But you do feel the sense of fear that people here are expecting, because they do sense that any even minor security incident could lead to a different front opening up in this war, Kalev.
All right, Pia Steckelbach there in Nahariya, right just south of the Lebanese border. Thank you for that, Pia. Now, early this evening, the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari did give a briefing. He had some interesting things to say. Here is a bit of that.
We continue to discover findings in the field. These findings clearly indicate a murderous and planned attack whose architect is Yahya Sinwar. He planned it with all the members of his government and the military ranks. This is an attack by a murderous terrorist organization. Hamas is ISIS, and this is not a slogan. Hamas is ISIS because we located findings of terrorists in the area with ISIS flags. Today we found in the area a weapons preparation booklet found on the body of a terrorist with an ISIS symbol and a symbol of Al-Qaeda. We are fighting against an organization that is ISIS. Hamas is ISIS. Hamas is Al-Qaeda. It is important for the world to know this and to understand this.
And Relic, as a form of shorthand, and because Hamas is the dominant force in the Gaza Strip, we shorten it as the Israel-Hamas war. But it is not just Hamas, of course. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is largely sponsored and directed by Iran, played a major role here. And as we just heard, the IDF spokesperson, elements obviously with some allegiance to ISIS, to Islamic State, may have been involved in this attack as well, and certainly those behavior we showed earlier, these pictures of these atrocities committed against civilians, against babies, that are straight out of what you might call the ISIS playbook.
Yes, if you read the Bible, you'll find, I guess, parallels to these kind of treatment, even by one of our kings in the books. So this is the Middle East in its old capacity as a place where tribes collide. Obviously, we would like to paint Hamas as the parallel to ISIS, at least in their ideology and behavior. This allows us to align the Western world with our case, since they're using the same tactics and maybe the same ideology. Not necessarily the same group, but certainly the same type of behavior and ideology. So this is a smart move by the spokesperson. Otherwise, we're looking at a condition where the Iranians, the Lebanese, and Hamas have aligned their interests, certainly with the Saudi plan, Saudi American Israeli plan, and the alignment of some of the Gulf states, and the weakening of the Israeli system that this government has a responsibility for, had actually kind of the stars have aligned, so to speak, for Hamas to try and work for Iran against the Saudi idea, against the Gulf states.
Right, and Hamas specifically mentioned that in its initial statement on Saturday, saying that part of this was generated by the signs of the burgeoning relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
In a way, they're trying to create a change, just like the killer of Rabin did in 1995. By a single act, he was able to change the course of history for the Middle East. And this is maybe in the future we will look at this retrospectively as a change in the way we were going. We don't know whether it's a positive or a negative change, but it's certainly an inflection point in that so many things have changed, both for them, for ourselves, and for the other players in the area.
Right. I want to ask you, the new government was, you mentioned the old government, the new government was formed in this evening with, of course, Benny Gantz joining a war cabinet. Basically, the main decisions for the war being made by himself, the defense minister Yoav Gallant, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, some issues will have to go to what's called the wider security cabinet as well. Is this now current formation of the government enough in order to make effective the strategic? I mean, the army obviously will handle the tactical. The military will handle the tactical decisions, but ultimately strategic decisions will have to be made at the political level. And is this current framework going to be sufficient for translating that into effective orders for the army?
This is an interesting point. Netanyahu tried to put off this as much as he could, as much as he and his wife could. But I think the Biden speech had dwarfed Netanyahu and weakened Netanyahu to such a degree that the Likud members kind of panicked and put pressure on him to the extent that this morning, I think, or the morning before, one of his ministers said, enough with these nonsense that they were dealing with up to now. And he reflects the feeling of a lot of Likud members, so he was forced to make that decision, which means that there are three people whom the public trusts to put Israel's interests first. I'm talking about the whole public,
right?
Not part of the public, which is the defense minister, Gantz, and Eisenkot, that are held by the public to have Israeli interests first and personal interests in second place, if at all. So in that position, Netanyahu is, I would say, in a position where he cannot call the shots.
Right,
he's dwarfed.
I mean, I guess 2 points. Number one, there was obviously plenty of pressure to form this government long before, I mean, long in the terms of this week, long before the Biden speech. So that train was had already very much left the station. By the way, we should mention pressure from across the Israeli political spectrum, from within the coalition, even from many parts of the opposition, right? So that was already out there. Second, a point that Yair Lapid made in his speech, which bears noting. Remember, 3 people who have voting power in the wartime in the war cabinet, right? Netanyahu and Gallant, both from the Likud, and Benny Gantz from the National Unity Party. So Yair Lapid made the point that at the end of the day, right, it's a unity government, it's emergency government. Gantz is literally in the room, as is Gadi Eisenkot from his party. Again, both former heads of the Israeli military, so they'll be making the decision in the room where the decisions are made. But at the end of the day, it's 2 votes against 1. Right, so that was a point that Lapid made. At the end of the day, in the final analysis, Gantz doesn't have the votes, quote unquote, within the room because he's 1 vote. So again, we'll see how that works. I do think, though, that once we're in a war where there's broad agreement, I think, about, at least at this point, about the strategic objectives and the big picture, these aren't ideological questions, and they're more of tactical and strategic questions, maybe the votes don't quite break down in that way.
All right. Gentlemen, I'm going to go down to Still Road and our correspondent, Pierre Cloche-Handler. And Pierre, the situation there, we do continue to hear of sirens, maybe even not in specifically in Still Road, but in that southern Gaza border area throughout the evening. What's the situation down there?
Well, there was a rocket alert on Nahal Oz, which is just a little bit further down south, about a couple of kilometers away. Here, no alert since 5 p.m. local time, but you know, the quiet is punctuated by a lot of tank fire, artillery fire emanating from Israel directed to the Gaza Strip. There's a lot of police forces here where we are. The road, which is just behind me, which goes along the border, is completely closed to non-security vehicles. The situation is such that there is an urgent need, according to the mayor, for the evacuation of the remaining 30-40% of the population of the city of 30,000 inhabitants. We've heard that at the Knesset parliament, the government is preparing for that evacuation, but it hasn't happened yet, and the green light hasn't been given yet, according to the spokesman of the city of Sderot. In spite of the urgent plea by Sderot Mayor Alon Davidi to ask for, $30 million for the evacuation of those people, because those people do not have the wherewithal to neither the accommodation to leave that city right now.
Right. I do want to point out, Pierre, that the announcement, the Prime Minister's office just this evening put out an announcement of what they're calling a new socio-economic headquarters to deal with, among other issues, aided in evacuating residents from certain places. That would be Sderot would be one of them, and also expediting the process of identifying the murdered victims. Go on, Pierre.
Yeah, you got to streamline, the bureaucratic processes, and you create new committees, you create new structures. It just slows down the urgency. There is an urgency here. There was a rocket barrage at noon, in which a young woman of 20 years old was really severely wounded. She's fighting between life and death. And there was another man who was severely injured, another one moderately wounded. There is an urgent need to evacuate this city. It's 15 seconds away from the Gaza Strip's rockets. We don't measure here in kilometers anymore. We measure the distance with the flying rockets. And I think that it's about time that the government puts its act together now that there is an emergency government, and quickly.
All right, Pierre, because certainly that is a cry that we've been hearing from certainly the residents in the south, but of course many other sectors of the Israeli population throughout the country. Pierre Cloche-Handler in Sderot, thank you for that. And of course, the rockets continue to fly down there. Relic, though, there has been a tapering off. Over 5,000 in the brief.
5,500. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, 2,500 in the first day.
Right.
Right, and all of us who experienced that day, no matter where we're in the country, to understand that that's a very believable number.
So the question, Relic, that comes to my mind is, does this tapering off indicate, A, that Hamas is running out of rockets, or is holding its powder, keeping its powder dry to some degree, or is it that they're having more difficulty launching the rockets in the face of this aerial assault, or perhaps even a combination of those two?
Obviously, it is a combination. And as more and more pressure is put on Hamas, they won't be able to hide these rocket launchers in their hiding spots between buildings, or take out of a garage of some kind, because there will be no garage and so on. So as their hideouts are being taken out, and as they deplete some of their munitions, we'll see less and less of these. But I would guess that if we were to think of what to do, they will still keep some of their capabilities with the hope of hitting, or maybe they will stop for a few days and then launch a massive attack as they could in order to create a maximum damage. But they could say that they were responsible for evacuating Sderot, which is something that they can boast about, even though I think what happened was that most of the people left by their own accord, and so the calling to actually move out everybody was an afterthought rather than something that precedes any move in this way. It's not a great compliment to ourselves for not having done this before, and for the government not taking charge, because most of the people who evacuated were evacuated by public or private.
Right, and we've had stories. On one hand, I guess you might say positive stories about private hotel and bed and breakfast owners letting those residents stay there free of charge. On the other, you could say, why didn't the government organize that?
As an example, the Brothers in Arms, who were leading the protest demonstrations and the protest movement, had switched very quickly into an aid centers around, both for bringing in civilian clothing, food, etc., both to the military and the local residents, and helping them come out and arrange places for them.
I'm sorry, we're going to break immediately. I will give you a chance to pick up that point. Stay with us, though. We'll be back in about 3 minutes' time with more of our special broadcast.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Comencé a trabajar en I-24 News en el año 2013. Ese mismo año, como parte de la serie de documentales Reportage Insight, viajé a la Argentina para entrevistar al fiscal Alberto Nisman, que había determinado inconstitucional el memorándum de entendimiento entre Argentina e Irán firmado por la expresidenta Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. Estaba relacionado con el atentado a la AMIA de 1994, que dejó un saldo de 85 muertos y más de 100 heridos.
Todo el material con el que trabajamos a diario.
El 18 de enero del año 2015 ocurre un suceso impactante. El fiscal Alberto Nisman es encontrado muerto en el baño de su departamento con un tiro en la cabeza. Y lo que todo el mundo se preguntaba, ¿fue un suicidio o un homicidio? La Corte Suprema Argentina dictaminó que fue un asesinato.
La única solución es hacer como hemos hecho con ellos, traerlos acá y una vez que...
¿Qué hay detrás de esta historia tan interesante? Encubrimientos terroristas, conspiraciones internacionales, búsqueda de la verdad. ¿Algún día sabremos la verdad? En los últimos 7 años, para el magazine News 24 en español, que se transmite en I-24 News, realicé más de 40 informes relacionados con el tema AMIA Nisman Irán. Un tema que tiene todos los condimentos para Canal Internacional de Noticias como I-24 News sigue investigando hasta que algún día se esclarezca la verdad.
Welcome back to this special breaking news edition on I-24 News. As of course we followed, we're in the 6th day of Israel's war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, of course following Saturday's devastating surprise attack by Hamas terrorists into the cross-border area. Still with us, our senior correspondent, Howard Alterman, Reserves RDF Brigadier General Relik Shafir. I do want to go back down to our correspondent Batya Leventhal at Barzilai Hospital in Ashkelon. As you mentioned earlier, and we see them, Batya, the ambulances are there, indicating perhaps, at least for the time, and we are in a situation where there's been a sort of slow tail off of rockets and those cross infiltrations that we saw earlier. But of course, if we're looking at a possible ground force operation into Gaza, Barzilai Hospitals is certainly going to be one of the hospitals that's going to have to bear the brunt of dealing with from that situation. So I would imagine it's in a state of intensive preparation as well as dealing with the current situation.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, Kalev, and we've spoke to quite a few nurses earlier who were telling us that they have already started preparing the hospital. So you can see, like, the entire ground floor, for example, there's certain areas that are being shut off that we're not allowed to enter because they're redoing the whole area. In other words, moving gurneys, moving not necessarily walls, but wall cabinets, so that they can prep the area properly. We've also been told that upstairs certain rooms have been closed off and moved and shifted. Obviously, as you know, because I-24 News was reporting it just yesterday, being Wednesday, that there was a direct hit on the medical development, or at least the child development center here at the Ashkelon Barzilai Hospital. So that being the ward where a lot of the psychologists are working, in particular with children, and in normal times with children that are coming across from the Gaza Strip needing very similar treatment, of which they can't get in the Gaza Strip. So they come through here. At the moment, that's no longer the case, evidently, because those borders are closed, in particular the movement of people as well. But what we are hearing is that preparations absolutely are underway. They know that this is going to be in it for the long haul, for the time being. The same way that from the political point of view, we keep saying that there's so many questions, but there'll be a time for answers. Right now, there's a bigger picture at stake and a bigger point to make with regards to the defensive operation. At the moment, a similar situation exists here at the hospitals. The nurses, the doctors know that they have to deal with the immediate patients that are coming in, knowing full and well that this is obviously going to spiral into a much larger operation in the coming weeks and even the coming months.
All right, that's Batya Leventhal down in Barzilai Hospital in Ashkelon. I want to go back to Hamda Salhout at Ben Gurion Airport, International Airport. Of course, most airlines have canceled their regular flights, certainly into Israel. Some are, though, still maintaining their departing flights. A lot of this attack caught a lot of foreign citizens in Israel. And in fact, Hamda, the United States, the State Department, also looking into making special measures to get U.S. citizens out of the country.
That's right, Kalev. The National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby announcing that charter flights will start in the next few days for Americans who want to leave Israel, because all major airlines have canceled their flights to and from Tel Aviv, as the country is facing a multitude of rocket launches from the Gaza Strip. Here at Ben Gurion Airport, in the departures terminal, there is a sea of people looking to leave, a lot of them with children who told us they just want to get the kids to a safer place and they're trying to seek refuge somewhere else. Here behind me, though, in the arrivals terminal, people are welcoming back those who were called for reserve duty. Israel called about 300,000 reservists to the army for this war, and there are people coming back now, and these people have all come here on public transportation like the train to come and greet them. There's a lot going on in this arrivals terminal, and if you see at the board behind those people there, Adam, if you could just point to the board there, you can see a lot of those flights are canceled and also delayed because of the impact of this war. So people looking to flee are not really able to, but a lot of countries like France and now the United States are chartering flights for their citizens to leave Israel in this time of war.
Right, and the other side of that, as you say, is El Al making special flights to try to bring as many Israelis coming back. We've seen stories of people from Israelis in the middle of trips in the Brazilian jungles just trying to get back and get on flights, and clearly we're seeing appreciation there behind you from those young people.
Right, so El Al, for the first time in about 40 years, is going to be operating flights on Saturdays to try and get people back to Israel who need to serve in the reserve duty. They're really one of the only airlines that has continuous flights to Tel Aviv to bring people back to serve in the military now, as Israel has called them to do so. But as I've said in my previous report, El Al jets are equipped with missile defense mechanisms as well as flares, and anyone who is a pilot for the airline has previously served in the Israeli Air Force, so they are able to navigate a congested sky and a difficult situation should there become one.
All right, Hamda Salchut there at the arrivals hall at Ben Gurion Airport, which has almost a festive atmosphere, I would say, Hamda.
Right, so a lot of people have been coming out throughout the day to welcome people back who have been taking some of these flights. There are not a ton of flights landing at this airport, but the ones that are primarily filled with people coming for the reserves. As I previously stated, Israel has called up 300,000 reserves to come for this war after that unprecedented attack on Saturday by Hamas infiltrating the border. There's a lot to watch out for in the coming days, specifically tomorrow on Friday in Jerusalem. At the Al-Aqsa Mosque, there are calls for Palestinians from all across the country to protest, to go through different parts of the city and reach there. So there is a lot that's going to be happening in the coming hours and in the coming days, not just here at the airport.
Right, Hamda Salchut there at the airport. Thank you for that. Hamda mentioned Jerusalem. I'll just remind you there was an attempted terror attack, as far as we know at the time, from a lone terrorist at a police station in the eastern Jerusalem. He was shot and neutralized by police officers there. Relic, I'm going to go back to this question about flights in and out of Israel, because you mentioned Hamas could be saving it's keeping some of its powder dry, so to speak, some of its rockets, maybe some of its longer range rockets. And of course, for them to be able to shut down Ben Gurion Airport completely would be a major aim for them. Do they have that capability? And can El Al keep flying, at least El Al keep flying in the face of that kind of situation?
As you know, when the rockets are being shot from Gaza, our radar system picks them up and can tell within about a mile or so where they're going to hit. And if they're vectored into that area, there'll be more Iron Dome shots towards those missiles.
Right.
So that the chances for those missiles to reach certain points that I will not mention here, but one of them is the airport, are quite minimal because of the salvos that will be shot at them when they are targeting strategic targets. That's one thing. Another thing that I want to mention about the reserves being called.
Right.
When a reservist is being called, his military unit doesn't know where he is.
Right.
Okay, doesn't have to, right? So people who'd gone out to Europe or tours, etc.
And don't forget, for viewers understand, and you mentioned the Brazilian jungles on purpose, because as many Israelis and non-Israelis know, it's customary for Israelis just after their military service often to travel in India, in South America. Exactly. So many of these people were literally, there was a special flight from Lima, organized, I believe, by the Foreign Ministry, funded by the UJ, if I'm not mistaken, in Peru, again, to get Israeli travelers to South America there so that they could come and serve.
So it's more the people want to come home and want to take part in what happens here than the actual military requirement, unlike the 1973 war, where there was a lack of commanders and so on. So this is more, I would say, public show of force or
a morale booster.
Not only that, but also it shows the Israeli public that under pressure or in a wartime situation will put down all quarrels and gather around the bonfire, so to speak, to save the day.
All right. Well, speaking of young Israelis, I want to go to a personal story here. Among the many young Israelis who were at that Nova Music Festival, who are still unaccounted for after the brutal attack by Hamas terrorists on Saturday, which left some 260 people there killed. And of course, there are dozens more missing and presumed kidnapped into Gaza. One of them is 27-year-old Inbar Hyman. Her family, friends, and her boyfriend, Noam Malone, are desperately hoping for some sign of life for her. And Noam joins us now from the town of Binyamina. First of all, Noam, tell us about Inbar. And she had some special connection with that music festival, didn't she?
Indeed, Inbar was a helper in this party and in this kind of parties. It means she was there for people to guide them, to help them if they are lost their friends. So she wasn't just partying with all the rest. She also had a role there. She had a job there, and she was there to help other people. Yeah.
Do we know anything about what might have happened to her in the sort of last moments before she is unaccounted for? Do you have speak to any people that saw her at the festival, for example?
We do. We spoke with two guys which are in her age. She didn't knew them before, and they didn't knew her. These two guys ran together with her when they needed to hide, and they ran to the open ground far from the party area. And in some point they were hiding in the bush for a few hours, and in some point two terrorists get closer to them by foot. Inbar and the boys noted them and understand that they are too close, and they started to run. In that point, the two terrorists chased them, and one of them had a Japanese knife, and one of the in the moment one of the terrorists managed to catch Inbar. One of the guys, the Israeli guys who were there, stopped running, grabbed a wood stick that was on the ground, and ran directly to the terrorist. At that moment, the terrorist leave Inbar, and the guy shouted for her, "Run away, run now!" But Inbar was freed. She was panicked. She cried, and in this moment, another two terrorists riding on a motorbike came, and they took her away without any resist from Inbar. And the two boys managed to escape, and they are they're alive and safe, but they are traumatized.
Of course they are. Of course, and that's the lead you've heard of Inbar. As I'm asking everybody here, has her family heard from authorities, been in touch yet with authorities in terms of any information?
It happened only just today. Actually, it's been nearly 6 days, I think, and just today the authorities reach out to Inbar's family. We hope and we want to believe that the authorities are doing everything to return our love that was captured and taken as hostages to Gaza. Today was the first day that there was actually a contact with the authorities.
Right, and Noam, let me just ask, that's your message for Israel and the authorities. What about for the world? We had Secretary Blinken, other people, the international community. We broadcast abroad. So I want to know the family from you and maybe our family for the world.
So my message is clear, and the first of all, we want a life signal from Inbar.
A sign of life. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to know that she is okay. We want to know that she is well treated. If she got hurt, so she's get medical help, that she gets food and water and everything that is basic that needed for her and for all the other hostages. We want our government, we want all the international community will do everything to bring us back to us. This is the most important thing for us. Personally, it is the love of my life, and I just want to see back here with us, and this is the most important thing for us at the moment.
All right, Noam, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we wish for the safe return of Inbar back to her family. Thank you for joining us and telling us her story.
Thank you.
It's devastating to hear that. Of course, Relic, it's a difficult subject, but I do have to ask you this. Over 100 hostages. What considerations could that be playing in the military operations, both that are underway in terms of the air campaign and maybe in the coming ground operation?
These are the kind of decisions where you have to choose between bad and worse. There are no good choices here. Obviously, the war will go on, but if there's any information on the whereabouts that they are being held, obviously that will play a part. But one of the things we can think about is that for Hamas, the hostages are an asset.
Right.
And this is also for them a bargaining chip in case they're pressed to the point where they will have to play their chips, put their chips down, then we believe, or I think it is plausible to believe, that at that time they will opt for a change or to play that card when their back is to the wall.
Right.
So I think by that logic, and logic in the Middle East doesn't always play.
No, I was going to say,
I just have to get in. We don't want to bargain with Hamas. We don't want Hamas's back to the wall. We want Hamas shot against the wall. I mean, I think, or at least I hope I speak for a large part of the Israeli public. I mean, there are obviously plenty of end games for the hostages, okay? The Israeli... But just remember, and I said this before and I'm going to say it again, I think when historians look back at this era, I think it is quite possible that the single worst decision in 75 years of Israeli history was the Shalit deal. Where Israel, in order to get one soldier back, freed 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, many of whom are in leadership positions, probably organized what happened on Saturday. How many lives have been lost because of that decision? I want a PhD dissertation on that.
Okay, but
we have to be, there are difficult decisions, but we have to be very, very clear about our objective and about the threat. It is essentially an existential threat to the country.
Well,
I think with all due respect, and that is a good point that you're making. I think Hamas has an ideology, and they've been trying to kidnap Israelis for a long time. They were able to do the Shalit.
I just have to say, on a personal experience, there were 2 soldiers kidnapped in Gaza when Israel was still in full control of Gaza, and I took part in search parties for those 2 young men who were later found killed.
Yeah.
So it goes well beyond the capture of Gilad Shalit.
Yes, I think for Israel, this is who we are. We value life, and we're ready to pay for life. So
with 1,200 to 1,300 lives.
So I think that one of our things is that one life is a world of its own, and I think what will happen.
1,300 lives are 1,300 worlds.
I don't want to have a.
I don't think we'll go into that. But one thing I think is for sure that Hamas, when driven to the wall, will try to bargain with the lives of those in all kinds of ways.
But I just want to note, in support of that, that we have heard more than once communiques from Hamas threatening to execute hostages if Israel would continue with its airstrikes. At one point, even saying, we'll kill 1 hostage for each airstrike. And of course, that has not come to pass, presumably because, as you say, Relic, they're an asset up to a certain point for Hamas, though.
Yes. I think they will not opt for this situation because this puts Israel in a position it cannot accept. So in a way, they're wasting their cards.
Right, which is the point I was making, that there's no, certainly, it's hard to imagine the government making any deals at this stage, and for sure, though we can't say, we don't know.
What the IDF spokesperson said to this is, I believe said that this issue of the hostages is being taken into consideration in terms of the operational planning. As far as I know, didn't say more than that, didn't say how much it's being considered, which of course is really the bottom line question, but it is being considered, is what we've heard from the military.
All right, gentlemen, this is unfortunately quite depressing conversation, but I want to just look at some points of light in the current situation. We saw that with the return of all these young Israelis above and beyond, as you point out, Relic, in the way above and beyond the call of duty to come back and serve. There's also Israel's civilian population has also joined the effort to provide support and relief, both for the civilians impacted by the conflict, those in the south, also many of the soldiers who have been called up to fight it. Our Emily Francis went out today to check one such initiative in the city of Rishon LeZion. Let's take a look.
I am right now standing in the Maccabi House. If you could believe, this is normally the professional basketball stadium for the Maccabi Rishon LeZion basketball team, a very good team here. Now that we're in the middle of this war, this has literally turned into an emergency place to collect special items that are going directly to the soldiers in the south of Israel right now, along the border, preparing to do whatever is being prepared to do. You can see here we have clothes, underwear, supplies, hygienic items, and a very enthusiastic crowd, which we're going to get to in a second. I want to also share here, if you look at some of these boxes, it's been over 2,000 boxes that have been packed with individual notes. Look at this. Individual notes. This is going to our children that are fighting and defending Israel at this time. Shampoo, toothpaste, underwear, basic supplies that human beings need that are going to be fighting this war. And this is the heart and soul, again, of this country, this group of people that have been here every single day. Even the supply isn't that full because they've given it all away. So now we are joined by a very special man. He's a deputy mayor of Rishon LeZion. Thank you so much for, number one, being so on top of your beloved city and all of these wonderful people who already feel like family, and I've only been here an hour with you. Yeah. It feels good to be here in spite of the fact that we're here for the worst possible reason.
Yeah, in order to overcome the atrocities we hear from the front, the best way for us and to boost the morale is just bring all these wonderful volunteers to do everything they can in order to help our troops on the Gaza border, unfortunately now even on the northern border, and to help all the families that lost their best friends and all their kins and everything. And don't forget, there are so many missing people. After 6 days, they still don't know where they are. It's unbelievable how they kidnapped babies, elderlies, 90 years old in wheelchairs and everything, and they just want to have any news from their families.
So these boxes that you guys are preparing, there have been more than 2,000 that are literally being delivered in armored cars directly to the soldiers at the border of Gaza that we know of right now.
Exactly. They take everything directly to the soldiers and to the kibbutzim near the border, which all their homes were burned. They don't have any clothes, any food, nothing. And we give them the first aid to survive the first days.
Also with Rishon, a very tight community, as we can see here. This is really a very, I'm loving being here in Rishon LeZion with you all right now. It gives me a lot of comfort to be here with such strong, warm people. And I just want to know, I mean, how are you dealing with the fact there are how many people from Rishon have been killed? 30?
30 was delivered to us, this data, on Sunday. I'm very sad to say that the numbers are growing by each day.
So how do we deal with this? Explain why this is how Am Yisrael deals with this. This is, we have mainly our viewers are in the United States. So what is your message? Besides what we're going to get to in a moment here behind us.
Our message is that we don't have any other country, and that's our secret weapon. We don't have anywhere to go. This is the only country in the world that can safeguard all the Jews. So nobody will drive us away from our country and from our homeland.
Amen. Amen. All right, now all of you, do you have something to say? Israel, Am Israel, Am Israel, Chai. Am Israel, Am Israel, Am Israel, Chai. Am Israel, Am Israel, Am Israel, Chai. Od Avinu Chai, Od Avinu Chai. Od Avinu, Od Avinu, Od Avinu Chai.
Am Israel Chai. We're coming to the end of this broadcast. Just looking ahead, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin will land tomorrow in Israel, and there is just reports from a senior U.S. defense official in the media that the U.S. is preparing transfers of Iron Dome interceptors, artillery, ammunition, and precision-guided munitions, and fully expects to continue fulfilling Israel's requests. Relic, that is certainly going to be good news for the defense establishment.
You bet, yes. Even though the United States has pre-positioned munitions.
Right.
But this is...
Some of which reportedly had been emptied to use in Ukraine for maybe understandable reasons a few months ago.
Yes. But when we say precision munitions, these are bombs with either laser-guided guidance that are able to pinpoint a target at about 1 meter when you throw a 2,000-pound bomb, and it hits about 1 meter off where it was targeted. That is what we call precision or GPS guided bombs. Let's say if the weather turns bad in the next few days, which is planned on, I think, Saturday night, that doesn't mean we can't hit targets with precision.
All right, we're going to have to end on that note, though. Brigadier General Relic Shafir, our own Alderman, thank you for joining us. That ends this particular broadcast, but do stay with I-24 News. We're going to continue our rolling coverage of Israel's battle against Hamas and the other terror groups in the Gaza Strip. Thanks for joining us, and keep watching.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Welcome to the special broadcast here on I-24 News. We continue our rolling coverage on day 6 of Israel's war against the vile, murderous Hamas terror group. 1,300 lives gone. The number of Israelis murdered keeps on rising, and the body count is not even over yet. The scenes, the testimonies from what was nothing other than a living hell continue to pour in. The mind, the heart cannot really comprehend. If Hamas's ISIS sounded like a phrase until now, well, today, not that anyone needed more proof, ISIS flag found between the ruins of one of what used to be an Israeli community along the border, now ashes. The IDF chief of staff vowing today that every Hamas leader will not see the day of light again, while over 150 Israelis are still being held hostage, not by animal, not by monsters, by people who, in the name of twisted ideology or God knows what, committed acts that no human being can ever accept, acts that humanity hoped will never see again, never again. But also today, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken here in Israel, a short visit that contained everything really, and then some, with the message that was able to both be empowering and relieving, without any patronizing, saying, Israelis, we know you can defend yourselves on your own, we know it, but as long as America exists, you don't have to. We are here, Blinken is saying, and we're not going anywhere. We want to begin our broadcast by going down south to the southern city of Sderot, or what is left of it. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochendler standing by there. Pierre, what is the situation on the ground? Some devastating direct hits of missiles today.
Yes, right. At noon, there were a few rocket barrages in the morning, but at noon it was murderous. One Israeli reserve soldier, according to the municipality, a female soldier, 23-year-old, was killed in a rocket attack as she was parking her car. She was called up for the war. The soldier next to her was severely wounded. Another one was moderately wounded. The last rocket attack was at 5 p.m. here in Sderot. That's when the new police station was inaugurated by Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel Police Commissioner Yaakov Shabtai, and obviously the police officers of the city of Sderot, those who survived, because 8 of them were killed in the onslaught on Saturday and Sunday. 10 were wounded. All in all, 47 police officers were killed throughout the country. So there was a ceremony to pay tribute to the bravery of those police officers who behaved like soldiers. Maybe also a message to project law and order and public and private security. Yet the mayor, Alon Davidi, has pleaded the government to allow the remaining 30 to 40% of this city of 30,000 inhabitants to be able to leave the city completely, to empty the city from its residents because it's not safe. Is demanding $30 million for the evacuation. It's a complicated operation. The emergency government has just been approved by the Knesset parliament, so it's going to take some more time because they are establishing right now the structures to rebuild the community, to evacuate the residents of the cities and villages near the Gaza border. So again, a heavy bureaucratic machine to answer the urgent needs of the population.
I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochendler and the rest of the I-24 News team there down south, thank you very much for this. Israel's Pearl Harbor, it's 9/11. For years, Israelis were living under the false pretension that the state, the army, is well aware of anything happening in Gaza, a concept which obviously completely collapsed Saturday morning. Israel was caught completely off guard, but there are now indications there was at least some intelligence on a pending attack by Hamas. So was there really no clue? Was it no understanding? Or was it simply a decision to look away? I-24 News defense correspondent Jonathan Regev with the details.
Over there? The scope of the tragedy that Israel went through on Saturday morning is simply unthinkable. What may even be more unthinkable are the reports that Israel had some pieces of information about what may happen on the Gaza border, but chose to ignore them. Only 6 days into this war, has a first official acknowledgement been given by the IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari. In a briefing this morning, he said there were indications on Friday night about a possible move by Hamas, but not for such an extensive attack, and they did not materialize into a concrete warning. This comes a few days after sources in Egypt claimed the Egyptian intelligence minister warned Israeli authorities, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, of a big operation planned in Gaza, warnings that were ignored in Jerusalem. Those same reports were echoed later by the U.S. House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee head Michael McCaul, but were categorically denied by the Prime Minister's office. Authorities now are urging to put this issue aside while promising to thoroughly investigate it once the fighting is over. For now, Israelis are asked to focus on the war and on the call that Hamas is ISIS, a claim getting further attention as an Islamic State flag was found on the body of a Hamas terrorist. All these are very important, but cannot hide the fact there was a massive intelligence failure, one that will require an extensive self-examination when the war will end.
We want to welcome now Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves, Mr. Maurice Hirsch, former head of the Military Prosecution and Director of the Initiative for Palestinian Authority, Accountability and Reform. Those words sound different today at the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch. So the IDF spokesperson is confirming today that indeed there was some intelligence before the attack, obviously not elaborating, and reports that senior intelligence officials were discussing a pending attack, not last month, not last week, but in the hours right before Saturday morning attack. How can we explain that?
That's what appears to be the case. This is just a huge failure of the intelligence. You had a massive army building up on the other side of the fence. You had 1,200 terrorist soldiers marching across the fence with heavy engineering equipment to blow up the fence and to move it out of the way. And it appears that no one really understood that these people were serious in their intentions to cross the border and to murder Jews. This isn't something new. It's been an idea of the Palestinians for a very long time. They tried to do it in 2018, and I think the conception was that the Palestinians, Hamas is deterred. They're not interested in starting a war. Israel has been very generous recently towards Gaza, towards Hamas, giving more and more work permits to the Gazans to come into Israel. And that whole conception of, well, if we just give them enough to placate them, they'll stay quiet, just exploded in our faces.
So it seems that it's not the lack of intelligence, but rather the analysis of intelligence that was the main failure here. Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch, you're staying with us. We now want to show you some pictures that even their verbal illustration is impossible to bear. Those images were presented by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to US President Joe Biden. Photographic proof of the burning and mutilation of babies by a Hamas terrorist. We're about to show you some of those photos because it is important for those who try to discredit these accounts of savage butchery that the evidence of it be seen. So we would like to warn you, this is extremely graphic content, so if you wish, turn your eyes away for about 10 seconds or so if you think you cannot take it. Do you ever think you can see a dead body cry Not in black and white, not way back when, now. And on that note, we want to turn now to Yossi Landau, commander of Zaka, the Hebrew acronym for Disaster Victim Identification. This rescue and recovery organization, the Organization of Angels, largely made up by volunteers. Mr. Landau, you've been doing this most difficult job for over 3 decades now. You have seen things, right? Let's put it that way. But what you have seen in recent days, eyesight can't even see, really.
You know, I just saw the pictures that you posted. And it took me a backflash from 2 days ago. And it's only a drop, what you saw.
Could you share with us, sir, some of what you've been seeing in recent days?
As you said, I'm more than 3 decades doing this horrible work, and I would call it holy work.
Absolutely.
Okay, and this holy work is not, it's not only for Jewish people. We do this for every religion. We don't care. It's if it's by accident, it's for accidents, any unnatural death. But when I was called on Saturday, when I left my family, it was a holiday Saturday, I left my family and just left to Sderot. And when I got over there and I saw the bodies piled up in on the street all over, and I was under fire. I was trying to fight. I fought back with my friends. And so, you know, and then I went on the road and picked up all the shattered bodies and burned bodies for no reason. I'm used to it. I would say I'm used to it. That's the limit. But then when it's a little bit hard, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, of course.
Because I just got home after 5 days not being home, you know, and when I'm in the field, I don't think about it. But when we go home and you start to think about it, it gets a little bit harder. It's difficult.
Of course.
And when we went in, and I...
Oh, we see.
Then nobody's gonna get interfered from what I'm gonna say now. When I go into a house, well, this is my team right over there. When I go into a house and I see a woman on the stomach, I decide we have to turn her around because that's the way we have to put it around, heads up.
Yeah.
You have to put it into the body bag. And, you know, I'm not prepared what I'm going to see. We saw blood. We see a gunshot wound in the back of the head. But when we turn over and we see the stomach is open and a baby attached with the cord to the mother and stabbed with a knife, and the mother is shot, and just trying to think what happened first. Was the mother shot first or was the baby stabbed first?
You're saying those words, and it's truly incomprehensible. And Mr. Landau, you've shared with our colleague earlier another scene that will perhaps be engraved forever of literally bodies crying, parents, children hugged together. if you could share some more.
It was, you know, when you go to the next, and then when we see this, and my colleagues, my group says, you know, Yossi, that's it, we can't go further. And I know we're in a mission that we have to go further. I don't think there's anybody that would be able to do what I did.
Yeah.
Just told them, let's sit down and sing a song to a prayer song. Let's get some courage.
Yes.
It worked, but it worked only for 5 minutes, because when we went into the second house, and we see in the dining room, the living room, there's one side sitting father and mother. Wow, I know this picture. The hands tied in the back, and on the other side, there's two children, a boy and a girl, small children, hands tied in the back, and they were torched. You can see they were torched, that the parents should see how the children are being torched, and the children should see how the parents should be being torched. And in the middle, there's a full table of food with those terrorists were sitting and eating while torching them. How much evil could be? How much evil?
I don't know, Yossi. I really don't know. How do you keep on going? How can you unsee that?
We keep on going because, first of all, there's two reasons. First of all, we keep on going because we know it's a mission. It's a holy mission we have to do. And it's only my brothers and sisters. And the second of all, the support of the whole world. And when I talk to you, let's say, and I see that you suffering together with us, that gives us support.
We salute you. The no words can describe the holy work you're doing. As you've put it, no other ways to describe it. I know that, Yossi, materials, equipment that usually last for 4 years were all gone in 3 days. Piles of children burned there. How can we help? How can our viewers help?
Yes, you're right. Nothing left in our warehouses, in our storage. Everything is gone because we weren't ready for something disaster like that. And you know, we use the same equipment. It's unfortunately, we use the same equipment for our victims, for the terrorists, because it's our mission. It's our mission that we have to. It's unfortunately, it's a heartbreaking thing.
Yeah.
But we have to respect. We have to do something. We can't leave them on the road.
So their bodies are being collected. Is the body count over, Mr. Landau?
And we're using our equipment for them too.
Yeah. Before we let you go, to give a deep, squeezing hug to your children, is the body count over, Mr. Landau?
Unfortunately not. No.
Yossi Landau, words cannot.
I know my body count. Yeah. I know my body count for my team, 682 in 5 days.
682.
That's what only my team Talking about 35 people on my team.
All volunteers, by the way, and we commend you. We salute you for your work. Words truly cannot describe the gratitude and appreciation we are sending you now from here in the studio. And as you've said, you're parking outside of your home, waiting to see your children after 5 days in this living hell. I again hope that you will get strength by hugging them, by seeing life that are worth fighting for. Thank you so much, Mr. Landau, for what you do and for speaking with us. And we keep on going because there is no other choice, as you put it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No more hollow.
Amen. Thank you. All right. And as we speak, there are still at least 150 Israelis held captive, hostage by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. We're talking children, women, elderly men, and on the heels of this conversation that we've just had, seeing what those vile terrorists did to bodies, the mind cannot even imagine what is happening to them right now, and Hamas knows it and will capitalize on it, those terrorizing thoughts. So what should be done? We want to turn now to Mr. Gershon Baskin, negotiator with Hamas during the Gilad Shalit exchange and Middle East director of International Communities Organization. Thank you, Mr. Baskin, very much for speaking with us. So how can you negotiate without negotiating? This is more or less the question.
Please allow me to start by also wishing Mr. Landau and his comfort in the horrible mission that they have. I need a deep breath before I can even talk after this conversation.
Yes, all of us. Yeah.
My focus is on saving human lives. How do we save the hostages who were taken so brutal into Gaza? As you said, women and children, infants, old people. I have friends who were taken. One of my close friends has 12 relatives who were taken from Kibbutz Be'eri. It's personal. It's personal for every single Israeli. This attack was horrific, beyond imagination. And as you said, it's beyond imagination to think about what the hostages are going through. I know that when they held one single Israeli soldier, he was a very valuable asset to them, and they took good care of him. Actually, was never physically tortured. He was fed, he was taken care of.
Right.
That's not the current situation. This is unprecedented. The one positive side of such a large number of hostages is knowing that Hamas cannot keep their locations secret. They are for sure not being kept together, and they're divided. And what we believe is that they're not only held by us, but Islamic Jihad and the PFLP, the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine, are also holding hostages. And even though Hamas has apparently demanded that they all be turned over to Hamas, the other groups have not turned over the hostages. So there's not even a single body in control. And with the war going on, the military operation taking place, what was a slogan over the last 18 years is that we are going to remove Hamas from power is no longer a slogan. This is real. This is what's happening on the ground. This is the Israeli resolve to make sure that the day after, the Hamas regime is not controlling the territory to Israel. And that means that every day that goes by, there's a chance that there won't physically be people to negotiate with, and the horrific thought that there may not be hostages alive to negotiate for. I'm sure that the Israeli intelligence gathering is trying to find the locations where these hostages are being kept, and that the Israeli army with special forces will go in wherever they can, whenever they can, to try and rescue them, and that's with great risk, both to the soldiers and to the hostages. The one thing that I can say assuredly is that the people holding the hostage will not live another day after the Israeli mission goes in.
And even though I wouldn't like to talk about those people who are holding them hostage, Hamas number 2 cowardly trying to distance it from the atrocities, trying to blame the civilians who flooded Israeli territory the day of the attack for kidnapping Israelis, as if it was not a well-orchestrated mechanism. What I mean to ask, Mr. Baskin, it sounds horrendous to use those terms, but are those civilians who are being held hostage at this point in time becoming less of an asset, quote unquote, and more of a burden on Hamas?
I think that Hamas does not yet realize the huge mistake that they made in their calculations. I believe not only what Saleh Haruri, the number 2 in Hamas, said, that this was not their intent. From the information that I have, the plan was to attack military bases and take soldiers as hostage. This might be true, it might not be true, it's really irrelevant because they have the hostages and it doesn't matter if they took them or if they didn't take them. It's now their responsibility for their welfare. I have been appealing to contacts that I have in Hamas and in Gaza for them to understand that they are not going to live very long and they should do the humanitarian thing of releasing the hostage first. I know that the Qatari foreign minister is deeply involved in telling Hamas that they should release the hostages.
Yeah.
But I would say to the Qatari foreign minister and to the rulers of Qatar, if you're serious about this, then tell Ismail Haniyeh and the Hamas leaders in Qatar that they have 1 week to free the hostages or they will be forced to leave Qatar and never come back. I know that the Turks are involved in the same thing, and there are hundreds of Hamas operatives in Turkey.
In Turkey, of course.
And in Egypt, the Egyptians are working, and the Egyptians control the border with Gaza. The Egyptians have an additional task of not only trying to persuade Hamas to release the hostages, but I think they're also looking at the huge numbers of civilian casualties in Gaza. And I want to step back from a moment from our own suffering and mention the fact that there are 2.3 million people living in Gaza, who many of them do not support Hamas, and many of them are appalled by the atrocities committed by Hamas, and they have nowhere to go, they have nowhere to run. So I'm appealing to Egypt to open up the border and allow people an exit of those people who want to leave and be safe during this period of war.
All right. Mr. Baskin, going back to the issue of the Israeli civilians being held hostage there, we are seeing campaigns targeting the international community, international audience, trying to raise awareness and apply pressure. But can it help? Can the humanitarian pressure on Hamas bear fruit, or is it only by force? Only if Qatar or Turkey simply tell Hamas enough is enough?
There are 3 countries that have some influence over Hamas. That's Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt. They don't really care about the United States or Europe or the UK or any of these other countries. They have no influence whatsoever over Hamas. So all the international campaigns, we saw the huge international campaigns for Gilad Shalit. There wasn't a house around the world that didn't know the name of Gilad Shalit. Gilad Shalit was also a French national, not only an Israeli citizen, and that had no impact whatsoever on Hamas. So I think that the international campaigns are important to show solidarity with Israel. They're not going to help on the issue of the hostage being freed themselves. I think what is important, and I'm telling this to the families of the hostages, is that they need to tell their stories. They need to say the names. It needs to be out in the media. These are human beings, and the more that can be done in the Arab media, the better. The Arab world, including people in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Jerusalem and around in Jordan and Egypt around, need to know that these are human beings and not numbers. It's not 150 hostages, it's 150 lives of people, of real people, of human beings who had families and a life before they were taken hostage. So we need to humanize the numbers and get the stories out there, and maybe that will impress upon people in Gaza and around the world.
It's my grandmother, it's my sister, it's my brother, it's my father, my mother, my son, my daughter.
To tell their stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Gershon Baskin, a negotiator with Hamas during the Shalit exchange deal and Middle East Director of International Communities Organization. Thank you very much for this. All right, we want to move down south to the Barzilai Hospital. Batya Leventhal, 24 News political correspondent, is joining us from there. Batya, thank you very much for joining us. So before you brief us on the latest, Batya, short minutes ago we were talking to Commander of Zaka, Yossi Landau, and he was telling us that they're using the same equipment which they're running out of to collect the bodies of terrorists, the same equipment that they're using to collect the bodies of slain Israelis. And I want to ask you about a scene that even in those surreal times is something else, really. Vile Nazi Hamas terrorists receiving medical treatment in Israeli hospitals right next to people they have slaughtered and somehow managed to survive. Are they still there? That's the question, Batya.
Right, Ellie, and it was a question that was on my mind as well, not just as a journalist, but as an Israeli. Obviously, a very upsetting situation to be in, knowing that there was a massacre, a literal butchering of young people, of children, of women, of elderly, of men, of soldiers, and to know that, you know, in usual times, Israel does, quote unquote, the correct thing and actually follows by a lot of the laws that the hospitals and the doctors have to take the Hippocratic oath to be able to save both. Anyone that comes in. We are seeing a huge outcry at the moment within the Israeli public. Doesn't matter what their political ideologies are, that this is actually unacceptable. We're not talking about a terrorist that was perhaps brainwashed in the West Bank, even one that possibly infiltrated through the borders, because well, infiltrate would be the wrong word if they had an actual legal work permit in Israel. But the situation is that, and so I did speak to quite a few nurses earlier in the day and asked them that question bluntly. Are there terrorists being treated at this hospital? The answer was absolutely not, because they were absolutely nervous about the safety and the security of their staff here. Given the fact that Ashkelon is already under rocket fire to begin with, they did not want more protests coming to the hospital as well, and so very much made clear that there are absolutely zero terrorists being treated at this hospital. When I asked where they were perhaps being treated, I was told they are not allowed to answer that question. But you're completely right. It's a very sensitive topic, and definitely one that a lot of Israelis want some answers to, in particular in a time when there's more questions than there is undoubtedly answers.
Yeah, with family members there by sitting the bedside of their loved ones, fighting for their lives. There, obviously, a tense situation is perhaps an understatement. Those terrorists, according to my understanding, been transferred to a special facility to provide them medical care, but separately from their victims. I-24 News political correspondent Batya Leventhal, thank you so very much for this. And Lieutenant Colonel, you're still with us here in studio, hearing with us all the testimonies from the ground, and you wanted to comment on the hostage situation. Is it at the epicenter of Israel's strategy, or as the official Israeli stance, it is being delivered now, we will deal with it after the war ends? Perhaps this is the tactic?
I think it is really one of the main features of Israel's policy now is how to deal simultaneously with getting rid of Hamas, destroying Hamas, removing any semblance of their presence in the Gaza Strip, but at the same time trying to get as quickly as possible to the victims, to the hostages. I would suggest that there are many other ways to go about really getting to the hearts of Hamas, if they have any hearts, and that is really through the international community. Yeah. I would suggest that the argument of Baskin is not true, that the international community does have a very large place in this discussion. What Hamas has seen over the last 30 years, and specifically over the last 20 years while they've been in charge, is that it doesn't matter what atrocities the Palestinian terrorists commit. The international community is always there to vilify Israel, always there to rebuild Gaza, always there to placate and whitewash the atrocities. The international community needs to step up. They need to say, we are not going to tolerate this anymore. We will not be there the day after not to save you, not to help you, not to reconstruct. There are definitely red lines that have been crossed already, and Hamas needs to immediately release all of the hostages, unquestionably and unequivocally, even before they know they're about to die.
Yeah, and to that point exactly, Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch, Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, here in Israel today, and I said at the opening of the broadcast, it was a short visit, but it contained everything, with the message being as clear-cut as it could possibly be, that was both empowering and relieving, and without a glimpse of patronizing, because what Blinken was saying is, Israelis, we know you can defend yourself. We know you're strong. We know you can do it on your own. But as long as America exists, you don't have to, because we're here. We're not going anywhere. Let's take a listen.
People of Israel have long and rightly prided themselves on their self-reliance, on their ability to defend themselves, even when the odds are stacked against them. The message that I bring to Israel is this: you may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to. We will always be there by your side. As Israel's defense needs evolve, we will work with Congress to make sure that they're met. And I can tell you, there is overwhelming bipartisan support in our Congress for Israel's security.
We want to turn now to New York. I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim is joining us. Mike, after the historic Biden speech, enters Blinken. Deep impressions here in Israel, and he's on the go in the Middle East. Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, is also on his way to Israel. Map it up for us.
Well, this is part of a larger regional effort here from the Americans to try to make sure, A, that they make clear that they have Israel's back in every way, shape, or form. This has really been an extraordinary outpouring from the Biden administration in terms of its level and the depth of its support of Israel over the last few days. The question long-term, as the war against Hamas becomes protracted, is if we'll see any cracks in the armor, but that's for the longer-term discussion. But Blinken will go on to other countries now. He'll travel to Jordan to meet with King Abdullah and Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority president, off to other regional countries as well, including the UAE and Qatar, making sure that the message is getting through to those leaders that it needs to get through to, whether it's rounding up support or sending messages that those who should stay out of the situation do in fact stay out and only play a productive role here. So this trip for Blinken, even though it's quite a landmark trip in terms of its content, still just beginning here as part of a broader effort to make sure this doesn't spill over into the broader Middle East.
And meanwhile, Mike, former/hopeful U.S. President Donald Trump, the one that got a community named after him up north here, with what he seems to think was a stand-up comedy act.
The signs for Ramat Trump might be coming down when this war is over. Trump, listen, you can't question his pro-Israel bona fides in terms of the policies that he implemented while he was president, but some of the rhetoric, especially post-presidency, is quite bizarre. He had a speech within the last hours or so in which he was quite critical of Israeli leaders, including Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, at quite a perilous time. And he also had some comments about the terrorist group up in Lebanon, Hezbollah. Let's give a listen here to former U.S. President Donald Trump.
I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing, I will say that. And so when I see sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week, they've got to straighten it out, because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. 2 nights ago, I read all of Biden's security people. Can you imagine? National defense people. And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north, because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it.
Well, Mike, it seems that both you and
Yes,
I are
indeed.
speechless. Yeah, yeah. But someone who is not
calling
speechless.
Hezbollah smart.
Please, Mike, keep on going. Yeah.
Yeah, someone who's not speechless. We spoke a little while ago with U.S. Senator Marco Rubio out of Florida, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I asked him about those comments from the former president, in addition to how quickly a dysfunctional Congress right now can actually get aid through to Israel when it really matters. Here's our interview earlier on in the day with U.S. Senator Marco Rubio. In terms of getting aid to the Israelis as quickly as possible, I know it's a priority on both sides of the Capitol right now. Obviously, there's chaos to deal with on the House side, and a speaker has to be in place, or at least extended powers given to the acting speaker in the meantime to make something happen. That could take a considerable period of time. On the Senate side, there's always a libertarian, contrarian, what have you, who generally puts a hold on large amounts of foreign aid. With those obstacles in place, how quickly do you see substantive aid being forwarded to Israel coming out of the U.S. Congress?
Well, first let me say that assistance and cooperation, defense cooperation and work with Israel is very different in Ukraine for a number of reasons. First of all, we don't start off at a baseline of zero. In 2021, I passed a law as part of the Defense Authorization Act that basically authorizes already, codified in our law already, at least $3.3 billion a year of defense cooperation with Israel. So that's already in law. That's already there. It's already ongoing. And in many cases, the munitions that Israel will need for resupply, they're already in the pipeline. They're already ordered. What we can do is help get the contractors to expedite delivery of some of these. We also have pre-positioned material inside of Israel. It's been publicly reported, and it's there for purposes of not just if Israel needs it, but if we ever got into a regional conflict and quickly had to be resupplied, it exists. So there's already a baseline we're operating out of. As this continues, and look, I believe Hamas needs to be wiped out, but it's not going to be easy. Urban warfare, going in on land, in a nation that frankly is going to rely on reservists, many of whom just got off a flight 48 hours ago, flying in from Miami, where I live, planes were full of reservists reporting for duty. Urban warfare is difficult with groups that have tunnel systems and are willing to conduct long-term insurgency-type campaigns. And so as that develops, the material needs that Israel may need to resupply on might be different than what's anticipated. So I think you'll find all the support you need in Washington, and we'll have the mechanism to deliver it. I think what's important is we understand that baseline's already there, the authorities are already there, and at some point, if more is needed, and it probably will be, we'll need to know exactly what that is, and I don't think there'll be any impediments to getting it done. And I hope that it can be kept separate from these other debates. I've been a supporter of helping Ukraine, but I don't think the two should be mixed because they're two very different cases.
I need to ask you, if I'd be remiss if I didn't. Former President Donald Trump, his pro-Israel bona fides in terms of policy, unquestionable, but some disturbing comments coming out of him in a speech in recent hours in which he criticized Prime Minister Netanyahu, called Defense Minister Yoav Gallant a jerk, called Hezbollah smart, really comments that kind of seemed a bit off the wall, looking at it from an Israeli perspective. Do you have any thoughts on those comments from former President Trump?
Well, look, I didn't hear the comments. I don't know the context that they were said, so I'm just going to respond the way you described it. I don't think any of that it's surprising, and I'd like to hear an explanation behind it, because I don't think in a moment like this it's certainly helpful. It's also not consistent with the positions that the Trump administration took. I mean, I remain convinced, and I don't want to delve too much into our domestic politics on this, but I remain convinced that if Donald Trump were president today, some of these attacks, some of these conflicts we're seeing around the world would not have happened, because some of these entities would have thought twice before moving forward in that regard. That said, I'm surprised to hear that reported. I certainly don't think there's any, on the contrary, that Donald Trump is a sympathizer or a supporter of Hezbollah, and I think has long been very supportive of Israel, irrespective of who its leader in its democratic process was. So, but I don't think comments like that are helpful. In fact, that's the vein in which they were made, and I don't know how they'll be interpreted in the Middle East, but certainly not my view.
In terms of the Congress itself, it seems to be one of the very few issues we've seen in the last several years now that have unified the body in such a way. I mean, even Ukraine, there is a division now in terms of how far aid should go carrying forward. How long do you think this can last? I mean, this military operation is not going to be a short one. It's not a matter of days and probably not a matter of weeks either. Do you see something similar coming down the road if this is an extended operation, or do you see Congress holding firm here in its support of Israel in the long term?
Well, despite some disturbing images of people in the street supporting Hamas in the aftermath of all this, and some ridiculous stuff coming out of academia where we have a lot of morally confused leaders of higher education, and that's a separate problem for Americans to confront. I think by and large, most Americans and most members of Congress overwhelmingly are going to be against anybody who decides they're going to go in and massacre elderly women, teenage girls, and little babies. And so I'm glad to see that that level of moral clarity still exists in our politics. The challenge is going to be the following, and that is, this is not one of these 72-hour campaigns or 2-week deals. This is going to be messy. It's a protracted situation. It's going to be, these guys are deeply entrenched inside of Gaza, and it's not going to be easy to degrade them to an acceptable level. And so the real challenge is not today. The real challenge is 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks from now, because the way it has played out historically is Israel is attacked, everyone rallies to Israel's side, Israel does what it needs to do, and then all of a sudden, starting in Western Europe and then spreading even here in the United States, you start hearing calls of, okay, you've done enough, it's time to stop. And that's where I think the real challenge is going to come. I think we need to understand something very clearly. If Hamas is not eliminated, if Hamas is not substantially degraded, they will come back and they will do this again, and they will do it worse. And other groups will look at this as an example of what they need to do, and they will do the same. We need to understand that if we don't stop this now, it won't be, 1,000, 1,200 people. It could be thousands upon thousands of people that are murdered because they happen to be Jews living in Israel and are hated by these people. So if this isn't stopped now, it's going to lead to more loss of life, more bloodshed. If we've learned anything from history, is that if you don't confront and defeat evil, evil will grow, evil will spread, and evil will come for you.
Mike Wagenheim, thank you very much for this interview with Marco Rubio. Thank you. Well, we are reporting now an unfortunate, upsetting update now, but this is the reality we live in. At the moment, the IDF is clearing for publication that a soldier was killed yesterday in a Hezbollah anti-tank guided missile attack on the Lebanese border with Israel. We're talking about Matanya Elster, Staff Sergeant in the reserves, 22-year-old soldier in a battalion of the Carmeli Brigade, was killed yesterday in this attack on the Lebanese border. All right, and still, as we speak, there are those who are busy justifying, not justifying, but rather supporting, praising, hailing Hamas attacks. And I'm not talking about Palestinians in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank, but Westerners, self-proclaimed enlightened liberal, so to speak. Student group is calling for U.S. colleges to plan anti-Israel Day of Resistance tomorrow. We want to turn now to founder of Equal Protection Project, Professor William Jacobson, professor of law and director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell University, joining us from Rhode Island. Professor Jacobson, thank you so very much for speaking to us tonight. Well, with a lack of a better phrasing, Professor, what?
Well, the issue is, there's a student for justice in Palestine, which of course is not for justice. The issue is that there are a small but vocal group of people on U.S. campuses who support Hamas, and that's what it is. But I think the events that have happened are so horrific, so unbearable, that the tide is turning on campuses. Cornell University, where I teach, last night, 750 students showed up for a pro-Israel rally. That's unheard of. I've been working there for 15 years. I've never seen anything like that. So it is true that there are some students who support what Hamas did, but I think you will find that this will be a turning point on U.S. campuses.
But perhaps this is a good opportunity to try and understand, Professor, how profound the pro-Palestinian movement, or movements plural, become. Not talking fringe, right? Ivy League universities, etc., intertwined with a liberal agenda almost completely, as if it all comes in a bundle. So try and explain what's been unfolding on campuses in recent years.
Sure. You're right. What we're seeing now is essentially the fringe coming out. But the bigger problem and the longer term problem is there has been for multiple decades, both through the boycott movement and through left-wing academia and left-wing professors who are anti-Zionist, there has been a gross demonization of Israel. There has been this notion perpetrated that the Jews are illegal occupiers, not just of certain portions of the land, but of the entirety of it. And so that it is wrapped into the progressive ideology that the world is separated into oppressors and oppressed. The oppressors are white. They put Jews, which of course is ridiculous, into the white category, and therefore they view Israel as a white colonial oppressor. And from that, they demonize Israel with the fake and false accusations of apartheid and things like that. So that is a problem. And you have seen a shift in public sympathies, particularly in the Democrat Party, but you've seen that. But what's just happened is completely out of bounds. I mean, there are very few, other than the fringe, defending what Hamas did. But that is a longer-term problem for Israel with U.S. public opinion.
But at this point in time, Professor, as you are suggesting that we might see a change, or at least the beginning of, what should universities be doing?
Well, I think universities should probably get out of the way. Not everybody agrees with me on that, but I'm not really a fan of universities taking official positions on things, because if they take official position that you like today, tomorrow they might take an official position that you don't like. So I would rather let the students take the lead rather than the administration. And I think in many campuses, not all, but in many, the students will favor Israel. Now, there certainly are situations, and some of these pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel students cross boundaries. They disrupt events. They intimidate people. That's crossing a boundary. That's not, free speech. They're entitled to their opinion, but they're not entitled to disrupt a pro-Israel event. So administrations do have a role, which is to make sure that the sort of intimidation and violence that these people advocate does not actually come into being. So to preserve campus peace, and I would let the pro-Israel students, who are the majority, because most students, I think, in the U.S. naturally sympathize with Israel. They understand that a lot of these students on the radical fringe are not only anti-Israel, they're anti-American. And what you will find on many campuses, that students are beginning to wake up to that. So I want the administration to stay out of the way, but maintain the equivalent of law and order, so these few but hyper-aggressive anti-Israel students don't get out of hand.
Well, I do hope, Professor William Jacobson, that by the end of it all, it will no longer be framed as pro or anti-Israel, but pro or anti-humanity. This is the battle that is currently being fought, and if it wasn't clear until now, let's do hope it will get clear. Professor William Jacobson, Professor of Law and Director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell University. Thank you so very much for your time, Professor. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for having me on.
All right. We are back in studio with Colonel Hirsch, Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch, and joining us also I-24 News Senior Diplomatic Correspondent Owen Alterman. Gentlemen, you've been listening to this conversation. When it comes to public opinion in the U.S., there might be a solid momentum here, even though there are still challenges, as we've been hearing. But elsewhere in the world, we're seeing some surprising trends, I would dare to say, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Israel become a kind of cause celeb across the Western world, a kind of Ukraine 2.0. Yeah. Hey, listen, that's something we didn't know about 2023, right? That's something we didn't know about 2023 a week ago. that Israel was going to be a cause celeb, even if it's for a fleeting moment. We can't predict the future. Ellie, I have a thing for lit up buildings. I've spoken on our broadcast before about how moving it was to see the Arch of Titus in Rome lit up with the Israeli flag. The Arch of Titus, of course, built to celebrate the conquest of Jerusalem by the Roman Empire and the destruction of the Second Temple, the carting away of the menorah. By the way, you can see that etched in, lit up with the Israeli flag. It's an incredibly poignant scene. But another fascinating one tonight in Johannesburg, South Africa. Johannesburg, South Africa, the Pont City, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, apartment building, a skyscraper, tall skyscraper lit up in the Israeli flag. This is a man biting a dog. This is a country that has not necessarily been known for its support for Israel, certainly from its government and by its ruling party. Arbatje Leventhal, of course, a native of South Africa, adds that it is towards the center of Johannesburg, so an area that is not demographically Jewish or white, let's say, making it all the more poignant part because that is the area with the base of the ANC ruling party, or even even more extreme EFF, Economic Freedom Party's party, a party that's pro-Putin, virulently anti-West, anti-Israel. I don't know if the people living in the building support those parties, but in any event, a man biting a dog, a place you would not expect to see a tower lit up with the Israeli flag. As far as I know, by the way, the South African government has not yet issued a condemnation for the massacre on Saturday. Again, sadly, maybe not a surprise, but the fact of the building being lit up there is something that's very, very striking.
This grassroots support is not less, if not more important sometimes.
Yeah, I should say not clear from the images who's responsible for lighting it up, but a significant, at least, symbol.
And speaking of global support, Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch, another moving speech by an important global leader today, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz today, and he pointed out the deafening silence that was heard or not heard in Ramallah, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, shortly after he did speak, and maybe the silence was better.
It's incredible to still hear that people are surprised by the silence of Mahmoud Abbas, but he wasn't silent. He wasn't silent at all. He congratulated the actions of Hamas in his silence, in his distancing himself from issuing a clear condemnation of the murder of women, children, babies. If you can't condemn those acts, then you support them. That has to be the very, very clear equation that we're drawing here. And Mahmoud Abbas has a problem, because between him and Hamas, as there is between Israel and America, so it said, there's no daylight. Yeah. The difference between Hamas and Mahmoud Abbas is who's going to be in charge of the money, who's going to be in charge of the Palestinian Authority. Ideologically, there's no difference whatsoever. Mahmoud Abbas also supports the destruction of Israel and also supports the murder of Jews. Just one thing that you should take into account, Gershon Baskin mentioned it beforehand. Some of the hostages taken were taken by the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP. That is a member organization of the PLO. The PLO is headed by Mahmoud Abbas. This is his organizations that he supports, that he funds, participating in the murder and the massacre of Jews and the kidnapping of others, alongside the PFLP. And whilst we're focusing on Hamas, alongside them, we're also members of Fatah, Mahmoud Abbas's own party. Tomorrow,
Wait, Fatah participated in the attack on Saturday?
Participated in the attack. They put up videos of the kidnapping that they participated in. If you look on the website of Palestinian Media Watch, follow their Twitter account, there are those videos that they put up. I used to work for Palestinian Media Watch, and you can see those videos put up, and you can see the information and the calls that have been coming out from Fatah to support Hamas in Gaza.
Yes, active participation.
But I still have to say, I have to dissent. I have to dissent.
I can show you the video.
No, but I'm not on that narrow point. I have to leave the point of Mahmoud Abbas. Listen, I don't want to give anybody a pass, okay, on condemning what happened and being extremely clear with moral clarity that Secretary Blinken talked about. But Mahmoud Abbas is in an impossibly difficult position. He has the most taken for granted human being in the Middle East. Security cooperation between the Palestinian Authority and Israel is fundamental to keeping calm in the West Bank. Obviously, there are many, many problems with his speeches, with his rhetoric, with his education systems, and I don't know what it's in his heart. All I'm saying...
He denies the Holocaust. Just 2 weeks ago...
We are well aware.
Just 2 weeks ago, he was blaming the Jews for their own murder by the Nazis because of their position in usury and lending money. This is no different from Hamas. This is the same. It's not rhetoric.
There is a practical,
it's hatred that allows people to come across the border and slaughter babies, as we heard from the Zaka representative, to take pregnant women and murder their babies, tie children up in front of their parents.
Right.
This is the incitement that Mahmoud Abbas and his Fatah party and the Palestinian Authority has been pushing for the last 30 years. He, for the last 18 years, 19 years of his presidency, has done nothing different.
We will put a stop right here and continue in a second. For those who are joining us now at the top of the hour, thank you very much for tuning in. We continue our rolling coverage here on I-24 News. Day 6 of the war here in Israel. And we will try to focus on the many reasons to shed a happy tear those days. We want to turn now to the Ben Gurion Airport. I-24 News Hamda Salhut is standing by there. Hamda, first of all, let's clarify that while there were some barrages of rockets towards the airport in recent days, sirens went off and all, the Ben Gurion Airport is operating.
That's correct. The airport is seen as a critical target to Hamas because of the power that it holds. It's the only international airport in the country, and a lot of people fly in and out of here. I'm just going to show you over here the screen of all of the delayed and canceled flights. Take a look for yourself. There are people here who say they've been stranded for days trying to get out. The United States and other countries alike are now chartering flights to get their citizens out. It was formerly reported that the State Department was looking to speak to these airlines to try and get flights to and from Tel Aviv. However, American Airlines are just not budging, so the United States and countries alike are operating their own flights. I actually have one of those passengers here with me. Her name is Carla, and Carla, thank you so much for being with us. Talk to us a little bit about what you've been experiencing. Your flight was delayed and then canceled.
Yeah, so basically we had flights booked for last Saturday and was cancelled, and then was meant to be yesterday. We came here again, was cancelled. When we got here, we were at the bomb scare situation that we had yesterday afternoon. So my daughter's disabled, she's autistic. We had a nightmare, 5 bomb scares yesterday. We had to evacuate her here, come back, and then I got in contact with the British Embassy. Since Saturday, I ring the British Embassy every day. They just keep saying, no, we don't provide any help yet. We'll let you know. And then you register online. I did the registration online and everything. I explained my daughter's vulnerable. They said, no, we'll prioritize and we'll send some news. No news. I actually heard the news of this rescue flight that was coming tonight through people in the UK. Then I called them and said, I am on the rescue flight tonight. All secrecy, they don't tell you. Just come to the airport, find the people. We came to the airport 6 o'clock. We've been here 5 hours. We queued for all this time. 186 people sent back. The flight didn't come.
Ellie, this is just one of many stories of people who've been stranded here for days trying to get flights out of Tel Aviv to go back home. It's really a nightmare situation here at the airport, Ellie.
Yeah, it affects that as well. I-24 News, Hamda Salhut there. Thank you. But we are seeing some remarkable scenes there because the greater the darkness, the greater the light, right? Hundreds, thousands of Israelis, of Jews who were abroad when the worst of all began, and in a matter of seconds left everything, not looking back, and came back home to fight for the homeland.
אנחנו כרגע טיסה בדרך מביירות לישראל, בדרך אליכם להגיע למלחמה. אוהבים אתכם, עם ישראל חי!
One of them is now speaking with us, Noy Leib. Noy, first, we salute you. We salute you. We can see that you are literally already in your uniform. Tell us, where were you when the war broke out? When did you decide that your place is here?
Yeah, I live in New York. I was in my apartment, and it was nighttime for us, and we started to receive the notifications, and as you know, each story got worse and worse and worse, and then within a few hours I knew that I had to come back to Israel, and in the morning I already had a ticket back.
So most flights got canceled. The situation here is obviously horrendous. How difficult was it actually to get here, and how difficult was it to make the decision? Or was there really no dilemma?
Yeah, to get here was hard. Luckily, I have a great co-founder who knew someone at El Al that got me in. The flight was already full. I opened a WhatsApp group to help other Israelis stuck outside of Israel to get back, and just been helping them. Regarding the decision, it wasn't a hard or tough decision. I knew exactly that when this war broke out, or when these events happened, it was going to be a war, and it took me not that long to realize that, hey, I got to be back and come fight and join everyone else.
And this is perhaps the most Israeli thing, when you're knee deep in mud, as you were trying to find your way here, you were already helping others to do the same. And when you touched base, Noy, arriving here, probably so many heroes like you were at the airport on this plane. Tell us about those moments of, arriving here.
Yeah, El Al actually started the flight off with a very emotional message, the most emotional plane ride I've ever been on. And it was a weird flight. Not a lot of people were sleeping, and you just felt the togetherness. When I landed in Tel Aviv, it was late on Sunday. I went up north to give my grandpa and my parents a kiss. And then early next morning, I was back on base with my other team members.
So, Noy, we can obviously see that you're already out there. We will not ask you where, of course. So it was immediate that you landed here, got back headed out to the battlefield. Any message to those watching here in Israel and abroad?
Well, to those here in Israel, just know that we're fighting for you, and we're not going to come back until all Israelis are feeling safe and secure. And to those abroad, the donations, the prayers, the shares, they've all been helping us. Keep fighting for us. Keep doing what you're doing on the other side of the world, and we'll see you on the other side.
Noy Leib, again, as we opened our conversation, I want to stress once again, we salute you. Stay safe, stay strong. We are with you. Thank you. Thank you for this conversation. Thank you for what you're doing. And we'll speak to you on the other side of it.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, heading to yet another front, the northern front. Pia Steckelbach, I-24 News correspondent, is there with the I-24 News team on the ground. Well, Pia, not just Lebanon, an aerial strike in Syria today. According to Syrian reports, it was Israeli airstrikes. What can you tell us?
Well, Ali, it is a common practice that the Israeli army does not comment on any of such strikes that are attributed to Israel. And for the past months, they have really increased those strikes on targets in Syria that are somewhat said to be connected to Iran, and possible weapon deliveries to militias in Syria that might target Israel eventually. Now, the strike on the airport disabled not only Damascus airport, but there was also a strike on Aleppo airport almost at the same time, disabling both of the airport's runways. That comes only a day after the Iran Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian was supposed to visit Syria. So this might have been an Israeli sign to Iran. But as I said, of course, the Israeli army is not commenting on any of that. But that comes also 2 days after there was mortar shelling coming from Syria, Israel retaliating. So here the northern border is quite uneasy, although no major developments here today. It is a very, very tense calm here today, although there have been rocket sirens triggered 3 times in the area. One of those was a false alarm, as it turns out, which also just adds to the stress level of residents here in the north.
Pia, we can say that the IDF obviously is ready on the border of Lebanon. We're moving to another front now, in case of. But as of now, is there any indication Hezbollah is planning to join?
Well, Nasrallah has, over the course of the past months, really emphasized that he stands on the side of Palestinian militias in an attempt to really draw together the fronts, no matter of Sunni-Shia political disputes. He stands on the sides of the Palestinians, something that he has reiterated now over the course of the last days. But as I said, Eli, the Israeli army really is showing that it is ready here at the northern border. Yeah. I mean, the mobilization of 360,000 reservists, many of them are stationed here in the north. When we drove up here, we saw lots of army vehicles on the ground, on the roads, also a tank here, and residents are ready too, as it is very tense, calm. But we have spoken to people who say that they did their shopping, that they are ready to stay close to their shelters. You really do see that the streets are empty, although you cannot compare the scene to what happened in the south yet. People here are waiting for that escalation, potential escalation to happen, and they are aware of the fact that even the smallest security incident can trigger the war to also open up here at the northern front.
I-24 News correspondent up in the north, Pia Steckelbach, thank you so very much for this update. Thank you. And back here with us in studio, very own Olwen Alterman.
By the way, Ellie, just very quickly, at least on our phone apps, an alert about a potential terrorist infiltration in the Khalamish settlement in northern West Bank. No other information.
Speaking of different fronts, right? High alert is not lip service at this point in time. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Hirsch, we were just hearing our Pia Steckelbach reporting the situation up north, and there is a discussion at the moment here in Israel on whether, instead of waiting, so to speak, Israel should have a preemptive strike to hit first, and not to wait for Hezbollah to decide whether to join in or not. Yet the risk here is clear.
I don't think we can talk in terms of a preemptive strike when we've already seen Hezbollah attack on multiple occasions, as we just heard before. Yesterday, in the event that we thought had ended without any type of damage, actually ended in the murder of an Israeli officer, and so now we're not really talking in terms of a preemptive strike. We've seen this pattern before. If you remember, in 2006, the war with Hezbollah started just 2 weeks after Hamas terrorists breached the fence, murdered 2 soldiers and kidnapped Gilad Shalit. Yeah. And then on the 12th of July 2006, Hezbollah carried on with their attack. We know the pattern is there. We know the involvement of the Iranians and of its proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas, and we know that this is something which is going to develop. The question is how soon it will develop, how soon we can divert our aircraft from their mission in the Gaza Strip for now to the north. And it is something which I think we need to take into account is going to be a developing situation and not for the better.
And in this respect, Owen, the American support, not just in words, but in action, when we're talking about the Northern Front, means a whole lot.
Absolutely. I think that's clear to all of us, that's got to be going through Hassan Nasrallah's head and through the heads of the folks in Tehran.
The Americans essentially putting a gun on the table,
Third
right?
aircraft carrier strike group heading to the Eastern Mediterranean. It's unprecedented, I would imagine, and obviously sends a very, very clear message. And of course, Ali, to those of us in Israel, it's the physical aircraft carriers, and it's the metaphorical aircraft carriers, going back to what we were talking about before, and the feeling of public support and public understanding, even if there's also an understanding here that it's bound not to last in its entirety, as the situation develops in Gaza, of course. But the fact of it happening, it's designed to send a clear message to Hezbollah. In that respect, I say this with caution, but other fronts might not be as susceptible to American deterrence. In the West Bank, internally in Israel, we're heading into what Hamas has defined as a day of rage tomorrow, calling for protests here in the Holy Land and throughout the world. I know Jews abroad are very concerned about this. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has told Israelis to be wary tomorrow.
Right.
But one wonders if it's not only abroad, if it's also in our part of the world. Certainly this is a dog that hasn't barked yet, thank God. And we've actually seen some instances of real partnership, within the Green Line between Arabs and Jews. But it obviously is a very sensitive situation and bears our concern and our monitoring, even with the welcome American position that has a real impact on very, 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 very important and potentially destructive and damaging fronts in the north and, if you will, further to the east in Iran.
Yeah.
When you see that, for example, one of the heroes of the massacre on Shabbat was an Israeli Arab who constantly went backwards and forwards, taking people out of the kill zone until he was eventually killed himself. Abdulrahman al-Nasra. That's part of that friendship that we've seen and we hope will be developed. Let's not forget also that the Bedouin community also paid a high price with a number of deaths from the Hamas rockets.
Of course.
And we hope that even Israel's Arab communities understand that Hamas doesn't care who it kills. They're going to kill Arabs, they're going to kill Jews, they're just out to kill people. And we hope that the Israeli Arab community will not return to the desperate mistake it made in 2021.
Some within the community.
Or some within the community, of course, and really we're not going to revisit that violence again.
Circling back, Owen, to a point you've made, and we have been talking about this planned Day of Resistance tomorrow everywhere around the globe. So Jews, Israelis are on the target tomorrow. No other way to put it.
Yeah, it's pretty blunt. The threat is out there. The call is out there. And Hamas is essentially putting itself to the test here because this is, for them, it must be a huge frustration that this hasn't erupted into something much wider. They seem to have expected it. They called for it in the opening hours of what happened. This is an organization that has this odd combination, Ellie, of strategic thinking, hard-headed strategic thinking, and messianic thinking that coexist in this very uneasy coexistence together. And this is another great example, right? Because you can understand the strategic logic from Hamas's sordid perspective, but also the messianic nature of this, that this is the moment to bring upon the end times, if you will, which is what makes these movements, Hamas and Hezbollah, and even more so the Iranian regime, so very, very dangerous because there's this odd combination of rational calculation and being a rational actor and something very, very different. And it's hard for me to be able to understand exactly what the proportions are and how they work together.
All of this, I think, is very rational. The Iranians have a specific plan. In the last few months, we've seen developing discussions of normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the American involvement, that idea of creating really a wave of peace from the Arabian Sea to Morocco in the west. And that's something which obviously the Iranians want to disrupt, they want to destroy, and their way to do it is to ensure that their proxies, Hamas, get to spill the blood of Jews.
Try to do it.
Try to do it, and that's exactly what they're doing. That's the rational thinking here. I don't think there's anything irrational. The murders for them are completely rational.
And you know what?
Jews aren't human for them.
And you know what's because we obviously hear, Owen, all of us had great dilemmas during those past days on how to communicate the situation, what adjectives to use, how to describe things, and this is why I decided in the opening of today's broadcast to emphasize that to dismiss them as animals, as monsters, is to dismiss them from responsibility. And no, we're talking about a very logical, intellectual philosophy.
Just think about the way that they planned this attack. It wasn't 1,000 people all going.
They have guidelines of what to do with female hostages, so they will not be tempted.
Going to Ellie's point,
to spread out. They were very clear in what they did. They behaved worse than animals, because animals don't do this to other animals. That's the reality of that situation.
And there's something even deeper here, and it's often been commented about the Palestinian national movement, but also equally true of certain parts of the radical left, of the far left, if you will, and certain parts of Arab and Muslim communities. I want to be very careful because I don't want to stereotype. We're all individuals, but a lack of relating to Palestinians as actors, that Palestinians are acted upon. At least that's how we see it in Israel.
Yeah.
That there's a sense that Palestinians are victims, they're acted upon. It's Israelis who are the actors and Palestinians who are the acted upon. And obviously there's much to criticize in Israeli policy, but Palestinians have volition, they have action, they have agency. Human beings have agency, and human beings have agency for good or for ill. It's such a fundamental point, and it just sometimes gets lost in the way people relate to what happened, to the denial of what happened, to the modus operandi of Holocaust denial that we've seen, including in respect to our own channel over the last number of days, to the search for relativizing it by, again, conceptualizing the people of Gaza and Palestinians have been only people who have been acted upon, and not people who have volition and agency and control over their actions and judgment.
And no one here lost their minds. This is how their minds were very much found. This is how their minds operated while found.
Yeah.
We don't know. I'd be careful of going.
I'm talking about the perpetrators, not.
I'd still be careful.
This is well planned. They knew exactly where to go. They knew exactly what to do. They carried out their instructions to the T. They killed, murdered, butchered women, children, babies. That was their intention. They took their prizes in the form of human beings to then use and abuse.
Gentlemen,
these are not animals. These are rational thinkers with evil on their minds.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you. We're nearing the end of this broadcast, so now it's time for the good type of tears. Israelis, every single one, without exception, recruiting themselves to help, from Flores volunteering to make thousands of commemoration wreaths for the hundreds of funerals, through people opening up their homes to host families from the south, people cooking heartfelt meals and distributing to soldiers, and generally Israelis are giving not 100% but 200% of themselves to give others strength and get stronger themselves. Our Emily Francis spent a day with some of them.
I am right now standing in the Maccabi house. If you could believe, this is normally the professional basketball stadium for the Maccabi Rishon LeZion basketball team, a very good team here. Now that we're in the middle of this war, this has literally turned into an emergency place to collect special items that are going directly to the soldiers in the south of Israel right now, along the border, preparing to do whatever is being prepared to do. You can see here, we have clothes, underwear, supplies, hygienic items, and a very enthusiastic crowd, which we're going to get to in a second. I want to also share here, if you look at some of these boxes, it's been over 2,000 boxes that have been packed with individual notes. Look at this. Individual notes. This is going to our children that are fighting and defending Israel at this time. Shampoo, toothpaste, underwear, basic supplies that human beings need that are going to be fighting this war. And this is the heart and soul, again, of this country, this group of people that have been here every single day. Even the supply isn't that full because they've given it all away. So now we are joined by a very special man. He's a deputy mayor of Rishon LeZion. Thank you so much for, number one, being so on top of your beloved city and all of these wonderful people who already feel like family, and I've only been here an hour with you. Yeah. It feels good to be here in spite of the fact that we're here for the worst possible reason.
Yeah, in order to overcome the atrocities we hear from the front, the best way for us and to boost the morale is just bring all these wonderful volunteers to do everything they can in order to help our troops on the Gaza border, unfortunately now even on the northern border, and to help all the families that lost their best friends and all their kins and everything. And don't forget, there are so many missing people. After 6 days, they still don't know where they are. It's unbelievable how they kidnapped babies, elderlies, 90 years old in wheelchairs and everything, and they just want to have any news from their families.
So these boxes that you guys are preparing, there have been more than 2,000 that are literally being delivered in armored cars directly to the soldiers at the border of Gaza that we know of right now.
Exactly. They take everything directly to the soldiers and to the kibbutzim near the border, which all their homes were burned. They don't have any clothes, any food, nothing. And we give them the first aid to survive the first days.
Also with Rishon, a very tight community, as we can see here. This is really a very, I'm loving being here in Rishon LeZion with you all right now. It gives me a lot of comfort to be here with such strong, warm people. And I just want to know, I mean, how are you dealing with the fact there are what, how many people from Rishon have been killed? 30?
30 was delivered to us, this data, on Sunday. I'm very sad to say that the numbers are growing by each day.
So how do we deal with this? Explain why this is how Am Yisrael deals with this. This is, we have mainly our viewers are in the United States. So what is your message? Besides what we're going to get to in a moment here behind us.
Our message is that we don't have any other country, and that's our secret weapon. We don't have anywhere to go. This is the only country in the world that can safeguard all the Jews. So nobody will drive us away from our country and from our homeland.
Amen.
Amen.
All right, now all of you, do you have something to say? Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Chai. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Chai. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Chai. Od Avinu Chai, Od Avinu Chai, Od Avinu, Od Avinu, Od Avinu Chai.
I'm Israel Chai, and now we're leaving you with images from a vigil this evening in Tel Aviv Central Dizengoff Square, where people are gathering to share the grief, to share the paying tribute to over 1,300 Israelis murdered just because they were Israelis. We're all in it together. Paraphrasing on Bialik, you cannot see the wind, the spirit, but this is what keeps the ship going, not those rags that are flying above mast for everyone to see. The Israeli spirit will overcome.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Palestine! must lean in with that. ونشوفه ونتواصل معه. مالك بس مالك والله رنيت عليه ما ردش امبارح رن عليه. بقول إن مالك بتحاول تسمع عليك من الصبح. بيشتغل بصور الناس طيبتين وبالك اللي بيطلعوا الشركات شكل
اليوم تعرضت للقصف في كل منطقة كانت هناك مجزرة ترتكبها طائرات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، ولكن عملية القصف اليوم تنفذ دون سابق بدون تنبيه، مجرد العادة في كثير من المواقف أن يتم تنبيه السكان عبر صاروخ طائرة الاستطلاع أو عبر اتصال هاتفي من أحد الضباط في جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يوميا سكان المنزل دقائق فقط. هذا يمنعهم من اسحاب أي من أمتعتهم أو أغراضهم الشخصية ويقوم بتدمير المنزل بعد دقائق معدودة. اليوم اختلف المشهد تماما، الطائرات أصبحت تحصل بشكل كبير، الكثير من المباني السكنية تستهدف المباني السكنية بشكل واسع وموسع. على سبيل المثال ما جرى اليوم في منطقة أفرج المخابرات، وهي مجمع سكني كبير في المنطقة الشمالية الغربية من قطاع غزة، يحتوي على عدد كبير من الوحدات السكنية يعيش بها آلاف المواطنين، أصبحوا الآن بلا مأوى، جلهم توجهوا إلى مكان الشفاء الذاتي، والبعض الآخر إما إلى أقاربه أو إلى داخل مدارس الأقل التي بدأت تكتظ أكثر من 250,000 نازح على مستويات قطاع غزة، وسط أعباء ثقيلة جدا على هذه المنظمة التي تعاني مصدر من الشح المالي، وبالإضافة إلى ذلك لا تتوفر فيها أبسط الخدمات الإنسانية والاحتياجات الإنسانية لتقديم هؤلاء النازحين الذين فروا من جحيم القصف إلى هذه المراكز علهم يجدون فيها الأمان. حتى الآن لا زالت العمليات العسكرية مستمرة ومتواصلة، لا زلنا نشاهد الطائرات من حين لآخر في سماء القطاع. الآن نسمع الانفجار على ما يبدو في المنطقة الشرقية في مدينة غزة. الأنبارات مستمرة ومتواصلة، ولا زالت حتى هذه اللحظة كما ذكرت أصوات الانفجارات تسمع بشكل واضح وكبير في المنطقة الشرقية من مدينة غزة. هذه هي المرة الثالثة التي يستهدف فيها هذا المكان بشكل كبير. كما ذكرت الاستهدافات كانت تتركز اليوم على المجمعات السكنية الكبيرة، لا شيء محصل أمام آلة الحرب الإسرائيلية تستهدف كل شيء، لا تهدف لا منظمات دولية أو حتى أماكن محمية بموجب القانون الدولي أو بموجب القانون الدولي الإنساني وما شابه ذلك. كل شيء تجد دمارات الآن على المنطقة الشرقية لقطاع غزة، وتحديدا كما ذكرت هنا قريبا نوعا ما من الحدود على ما يبدو دمارات هي شرق حي فهو كما نشاهد. هذه المنطقة شرق شمالي أو حي هذا المشكلة في ظل استمرار هذه الحالة المأساوية لسكان القطاع. هذا صحيح، يعني ما وردنا من معلومات وما ظهر عبر وسائل الاعلام خلال المعطيات من جهود الدول، ومن الواضح بان هناك جهود عبر اتصالات جيده بين عدد من الدول سواء من قطر او من تركيا او من مصر، وعلى صعيد وزاره الخارجيه هذه الدول مع الجانب الامريكي ومع الولايات المتحده، وكل هذا صب في اطار واحد وهو العمل على وقف هذا التصعيد ومن ثم انهاء هذه الحرب. لكن من الواضح ان اسرائيل تغلق كل ابواب الوسط ولا تريد ان تستمع الى اي وسيله. الامر الان ينصب فقط على جهد واحد وهو التوصل على الاقل الى هدنه انسانيه يسمح بوجودها ادخال قوافل المساعدات والحلافات الانسانيه الى قطاع غزه كمستلزمات المستشفيات، المستلزمات الغذائيه والمواد الغذائيه والمساعدات الانسانيه الاخرى، وتمكين عدد كبير من الجمع من الاف قطاع غزه يتواجدون في مشافي قطاع غزه بحاجه ماسه الى العلاج فقط استشهد رئيس استشهد المسلمين كان في طريقهم لإخلاء بعض المصابين في شرق مدينة غزة استطاعوا الجيش الإسرائيلي بشكل مباشر وهو الأمر الذي أدى إلى استشهادهم جميعا. رغم كل ذلك هذا لم يمنع عن سيادة الإسعاف والإطارات القوية الميدانية من أن تحقق العمل بشكل بجميع المناجم محاولة إنقاذ ما يمكن إنقاذ المواطنين الذين هم تحت الأنقاض أو الذين يسقطون نتيجة هذه العملية، عملية القصف العشوائي وعملية الاستهداف من قبل الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية على بعض المنازل وبعض الأماكن في داخل القطاع. قدام الاستوديو صحيح. شايفين صورة طالعة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك يعني جاءت هذه الأزمة وفاقمت من معاناة هذا الناس في المستنقف اليوم. هؤلاء لا يستطيعون كل هؤلاء الجرحى في أعداد كبيرة جدا من الشهداء في مصر في غزة، أعداد كبيرة جدا من الجرحى كما تحدث إدارة لا يقل عن 50 جريح يصل إلى المستشفى، وأيضا عدد كبير من الشهداء. الجديد سرمد هو أن الجيش الإسرائيلي يواصل غاراته على قطاع غزة حتى هذه اللحظة. هناك وصول عدد من الشهداء في آخر 4 ساعات وفقا ما تقول وزارة الصحة استقبلت قرابة 50 شهيد أو 70 شهيد وفقا ما تقول وزارة الصحة في آخر 3 ساعات فقط جراء الغارات الإسرائيلية المتفرقة على قطاع غزة. في هذه الأثناء أيضا سرعت قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي تطلق القنابل النووية على طول الانسياج الحدودي على ما يبدو أنها في إطار عملية تمشيط واسعة تقوم بها قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على الأرض. نعلم جيدا بأن هذه الحدود شهدت توترا خلال الأيام الماضية وفقدت خلالها السيطرة على السير الحدودي الفاصل ما بين قطاع غزة وإسرائيل، وبالتالي امتدت هذه العملية من عدم قوات الاحتلال وسيطرة نارية على منطقة السير الحدودي عبر القصف الجوي المكثف لهذه الطائرات في قطاع غزة. أيضا صرمت حتى هذه اللحظة لا زالت الفرق العاملة في الدفاع المدني وفرق الإنقاذ تجري عمليات البحث عن الناجين في المنازل التي هدمت. نعلم جيدا بأن الجيش الإسرائيلي ارتكب خلال الساعات القليلة الماضية سلسلة مبادئ مروعة واحدة منازل متوقعة الطبقات على رؤوس الأنحاء في معظم المنازل كانت تواجد أعداد كبيرة من الشبان وتنظيم الشبان وصغار السن والأطفال، وكلهم كانوا يدرسون في الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية وأسقطت هذه المنازل على رؤوس القناة. الصورة بشكل عام هي صورة سيئة جدا واقع إنساني تدهور وذلك تدهورا دخولنا الأسبوع الأول وأسوأ قطاع غزة كيف هي المواد الإدارية والتكتيكية الإنسانية مع ذلك الأمر الذي يزود به أو يزود قطاع غزة بالاحتياجات الموجودة لم شيء صادر من ذلك. حتى لو ورد سميحتين أو عمر فحمه البري لم تسمح إسرائيل بإدخال شحن من شحنات الدفاع والمساعدات أو حتى البضائع الخاصة بقطاع غزة. وبالتالي كل هذه المواضيع تشير إلى أن الأقصى في غزة يزداد تدهورا يظل الاحتياج الكبير وفي ظل المناطق المحيطة بالسكان، وستكون بلا شك استمرارية هذه العمليات العسكرية لفترة وقت سيكون اعتبار وتأثيرات كبيرة على الواقع الإنساني داخل القطاع. النشاط الذي يتحدث عن التدوير سيكون لاحقا هذا النشاط السياسي في الدول الأحمر مع غزة. نعلم جيدا أن خاصة أعداد المصابين أو الجرحى أو الضحايا كانت قريبة نوعا ما. يقومون بعملية تنسيق خاصة مع الجانب الإسرائيلي
لك تموتي ولقيك تحت شو اسمه هدف يقول لها بصباغ بمزح والله بمزح لا في الشارع كان درجة مخابرات لا فيش شيء لا في اوكي هاي واقفين على البلكون بصور قاعد بصور شيء هاي قاعد بصور مين؟ ايه بس يعني واصل لناس رسائل والناس مش واصلين ما فيش شيء هذا بيستخدم بعض عن طريق المؤسسات الحكومية في ناس بتصدق المؤسسات المنتجين لكن حتى الآن شايف الناس المكونين في نفق الناس الهوسة يوسف حط في الشحن حط في الشحن طالع أنا إنسان
يا عم روح لحالك، مش لازم تسحبنا معاك. مش تيجي تتصرف يا شباب في بدال يسع
صحي نص ساعة ورجعنا صلنا وصور شوي.
الشرطي الجامعي الأبيض